You are listening to DJ Embassy.
Africa and the world. Welcome to the African Knockout Championship. This is where the champions are made. This is AKO6 live from the Monarch Event Center in Lagos here in Nigeria, and we cannot tell you enough that this is going to be one of the biggest fight events of the year. The name is Victor Godfrey, very much in the company of greatness. We have young Jolov Edache, not forgetting Hugo in the house as well. Guys, we are really excited for this one. How do you feel tonight? It's AKO6, also known as the final eliminator.
Well, first of all, I would like to say I am privileged and honored to be here, being a part of the AKO, the African Knockouts, Africa's biggest combat sports organization. Always gives me goosebumps. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not already in attendance, I'm just here to tell you that we're already on YouTube live. So if you want to check us out, that's the youtube.com/the AKO show. You can also give us a like there, because every like you give us translates to 10 more viewers. And more people learning about combat sports is good for the world in general. Hugo, what do you think about what's about to go down?
Oh my, I'm so excited to be here. You know, like, it's the fastest growing sport in the country, and there's a reason why the AKO is at the forefront of this. You know, they bring you the most entertaining, high-octane fights, and tonight we're going to have 9 exciting fights. I can't believe I'm part of this, and we just want to give a big shout-out to our sponsors, Ace Global Depository, our gold sponsor, Money Point, and want to give a shout-out to our sponsor for the apparel and gear, Green Hill.
Well, there you have it. You're talking about excitement levels going almost to the roof. Yeah, you can clearly see that we're just getting the arena up to, like, say, maximum capacity, but not to fret. We'll keep you warmed up until when the heat really kicks on. Obviously, when you talk about excitement, there you go, Shadow Boxing right there. He is a bundle of energy. Just wait and see. Before we get into, brass tack, let's talk about the standings. Like we said, it's AKO6, the semifinals, or better still, the final eliminator. So that means we've had a journey up until this point. We shall check out the rankings, and we'll start off with the middleweight, which I'll call the glamour division here in the African Knockout Championship. Flex Mumwe looking really, really good. In fact, flexing his muscles at the very top. Your thoughts on this, Edache? Your thoughts on the fact that we have Flex Mumwe, Daniel Emeka, top guys, but Sheriff Drame in action tonight. Your thoughts?
Sheriff Drame, of course, always must see action. KO artist, he puts his hand on your chin and you're not waking up from sleep. KO wizard, and he's going up against none other than the Superman from South Africa tonight, making his debut on the African Knockout. The middleweight division is, of course, led by Flex Mumwe with 9 points.
It looks really exciting. I'm sure that there's so much to pick for. As a matter of fact, the lineup we have for you tonight, you can say that every single fight on the card is a main event. Is a main event caliber fight. So we have you covered when it comes to excitement. Our next look now will be the featherweight division at this point in time, whereby we'll see the likes of Ananias Mulumba from the DRC looking pretty, standing tall. But look out for Jakil Ayana. Your thoughts on this?
Oh wow, Ananias is right there, king on the mountain, and I mean, he's the man to beat, but we have a crowd favorite in Jakil Ayana, the smiling assassin, very sleek on his feet. And today, Fout Youssef and Andre Mukisi would also be facing each other. And there's a lot at stake there, because you win, you get 3 points. You win in a nice fashion, you get 1 bonus point. And that could take any one of them to third in the championship.
Talk about the stakes being very high. It doesn't get any bigger and better than the women's bantamweight division at this point in time. And you see that I call her the dancing queen, but she has another nickname because Jane is used to dancing post-fight. However, the focus will be on other ladies looking to see if they can get precious points to climb up the rankings. Your thoughts on this, Edache?
Well, Teresa Ajiboye has my attention this evening, specifically because she's representing the Nigeria Police Force and she just left the recruitment academy to come compete tonight. She's going up against none other than Aminan Kouassi from Burkina Faso, and that's going to be a high-paced, high-action fight.
Well, talking about excitement in the women's bantamweight division, it gets even bigger and better as we head on to now the light heavyweight division. Another division that you see to yourself, perhaps one punch can make all the difference. And we'll take a look at the rankings as well. There's a name that really jumps out at you. Of course, he is he's still looking for that elusive first victory. Israel Mano needs to step up. But Richard Muzan, 12 points. Adams Boa, come on, Funk Master, Funk Daddy. Talking about Hugo now, your thoughts on this?
Well, the guy I would be looking out for is the guy who debuted the last time and silenced the Abuja crowd. That is no man other than Vuga, Vinicius Iyinagolu. You know how he goes, man. He comes out so explosive. And
he's in action tonight.
He's in action tonight. He's in action against Israel Mano, and like you said, Mano is right there at the bottom. Very good fighter. Has just been unlucky. He hasn't been finished. He always goes the whole 3 rounds, and he hasn't just been finished. He hasn't been put out. He's just been unlucky with the judges and maybe the game plan. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes out tonight.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that. As a matter of fact, towards the end of the fight, all the questions will be answered. And talking about questions, we do have one more division to go through. That is the lightweight division at this point in time. And Edache, you're thinking to yourself, by the way, John Dos Santos has been impressive so far, top of the table. But you have the likes of Colonel Thompson, and this is a division as well that has a lot at stake. We're seeing how cramped up it is in terms of fighters looking for those precious points. It is going all the way down tonight. Very important for the likes of course, Abdul Sankara as well, who will need to get a victory tonight.
Cornell, the Marine boxer Thompson, is a man who needs no introduction as he goes against the Ghanaian Richard King Boyka Asiedu. That's a fight that I think is a sleeper because both men are high-level mixed martial arts athletes, and I can't wait to see the outcome of that particular bout.
All right then, without wasting any more time, let's take a quick look at the lineup that we have for you tonight. We are breaking it down in blocks. We don't want to rush it all at once. Giving you the first block, all right? Because we're very cool like that. David Emmanuel taking on Abdul Sankara in the lightweight division. We just spoke about it just now, the last division we just checked. So it's going to be an incredible fight. Looking forward to Temelon Doose taking on Kouassi in the women's bantamweight division from Ivory Coast as well. Then last but not least, in the first block, we do have Israel Mano taking on Vinicius Iyinagolu, the Nigerian. And of course, it looks like a fight that we cannot wait to see. As we've said earlier on, it is the African Knockout Championship. Final eliminator. You can clearly see we are getting ready for block number 1. It's action all the way. Are you guys looking forward to a surprise, or do you feel perhaps the bookmakers have had it covered in terms of the fighters that you feel will go through?
I think the main event is what has my attention right now. I can't wait to see what the Smiling Assassin does versus Ananias Mulumba.
Now. We've not finished making the eba, you're licking the soup. I know you're young Jollof, but when let the eba be finished?
It's the main event, though. It is the main event.
The main event.
Just like Jollof says, I am curious to see what happens in that fight. We all love Jackie Ayana, but this is definitely going to be the biggest test yet.
Let's take a look at the first fight now. Of course, the main event is still furthermore down the line, but the first fight, you tell of the tape. Edache, David Emmanuel against Abdul Sankara. Emmanuel representing Nigeria, Port Harcourt, and of course Burkina Faso is being represented by Abdul Sankara. Ziga is a very small town in Burkina Faso. Your thoughts on this? They seem pretty much even in terms of the starts.
The thing you need to look out for in this is the height and reach advantage held by David Emmanuel over Abdul Sankara. But the thing now is Abdul Sankara is a seasoned grappler who can negate those advantages if he can cut the distance in half or make it shorter.
We intend to keep our promise when it comes to the African Knockout Championship, and at this point, standing by ringside is our ring announcer for the very first fight of tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the African Knockout Championship Season 2024 Final Eliminator event. We are back to Lagos, and this is the 6th fight night of the season and the first semi-finals, proudly brought to you by Money Point, Season 2024 Gold Sponsor, Ace Global Depository, our Gold Sponsor, Green Hill, our Gear and Apparel Sponsor, and Sport Assist, our medical partners. Our 3 judges scoring this contest are Ugo Ugona, Femi Osuntolu, Solomon Bassi, and our chief judge is Austin Joda. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda. And now, this is the moment the African MMA fans and our Lagos fans have been waiting for. We are live from the Monarch Event Center, Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, let the knockout begin. Making his way right now to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. They call him David. I am the great Thunder, Emmanuel. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the ring right now, Abdul Sankariste Sankara. ladies and gentlemen, introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and a sambo fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, David, high on the great thunder, Emmanuel. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a jiu-jitsu fighter and a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Zika, Burkina Faso, Abdo Sankara. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joga.
We've gone over the rules. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands. When I say stop, you stop. Touch gloves if you want. Back to your corner.
Go out. Everybody's out. Everybody's out. Yeah, move like. Go down with camera 1. Start.
Ready. Fight!
And just like that, we go into the first round of the first bout of the evening. David Emmanuel on the blue corner versus Abdurazak Sankara in the red corner. Hugo, what are we seeing right now?
Explosive start, you know. David Emmanuel is coming out of Heroes Gym, and if there's anything I know about Heroes Gym, I think they remind me of Cobra Kai, man. Them boys, they come out ready for the kill, you know. And this is definitely going to be a litmus test, because this is the African Knockout Championship, and he's definitely fighting a battle-tested opponent in Abdul Razak Sankara, who seems to fight every 2 weeks. What's happening here? This is a very tight guillotine.
This could be over as early as it started, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he's gone to sleep.
Oh my goodness, it's over. It's all over. It is all over. Edache, we didn't even get into warming up into talking about both fighters, but what a finish and what a win from Abdul Razak Sankara.
One of the first rules of combat is to always protect yourself. You can't focus on offense if you're not adequately defending yourself. That neck was right open, and Abdul Razak Sankara makes it look easy in the opening seconds of the first round.
Hugo, you were right in the middle of your assessments, your earlier assessments, and right there, the guillotine was locked in, and it was all over. Submission victory for Abdul Razak Sankara from Burkina Faso.
Boy, the boy is so battle tested. You know, like I've seen him fight how many times already this season, and I spoke to him before the fight, and I was like, bro, you've been active, man. You've been fighting every 2 weeks, and he said, yeah, I have a fight next week as well. So I should have known he would have liked a clean and quick finish.
Wow, talk about a very emphatic statement victory for the man from Burkina Faso. Edache, like I said, we were still warming up. He's in the red corner, by the way, but he just was. Let's take a look at this right here now. Run us through this, Edache. Good attack, flurry of punches from Emmanuel, but experience kind of spoke volumes in this case.
The thing about the takedown is if you shoot from too far away, your opponent can sprawl, create distance, and retaliate. And that's what we saw.
Whoa.
The grappling exchange kept going on, but once that neck was open, Abdurazak Sankara was on it like white on rice.
Technically proficient, technically perfect. Look at the high elbows. Look at the high elbows on that guillotine. Oh my, it's put him to sleep.
Well, it's quite, the audience is still trying to be in shock as to seeing what just happened. We are yet to recover from it. However, to make it more official, obviously it's pretty obvious that Abdul Razak won this, but we do have the official results now of this particular bout, and we do have the ring announcer standing by to give us the official results.
Go back, camera 6, 1, go on 1. Camera 6. Yeah, I know. Attention, camera 6. And 6 on. Attention for camera 3 and for the graphics. Yeah, go on. Go on. Ring announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, after 48 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by guillotine choke, Abdul Sankara.
We do have the stats now of this particular fight. We have the African Knockout Championship delivers, right? And we do have the stats, but we'll go into that in more detail right after we come back from this break.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
Money Point, exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Service or current?
Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with the winner of the first fight, Abdulrazak Sankara. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? All right, so it was obvious that the grappling and the submission was key to his game. How much did you guys work on that in camp?
Il demande, comme c'était notre game plan, et on sait qu'il va venir vraiment chaud. Donc, notre game plan, combien de temps on a peur pour pouvoir travailler, pour mettre ça en place?
En réalité, c'est un long travail. C'est tout un planning, vous voyez. Et là, nous avons mis un plan en place pour pouvoir terminer le combat avant la limite. Et même si ce n'était pas forcément prévu pour le premier round, c'était un truc déjà calculé. On savait que l'adversaire, il allait plus être agressif. Du coup, on a misé sur le côté grappling et le terminer avant qu'il s'en rende compte.
We've been working on this for a long time. This is the day and night workout. And the game plan, we know that he's a hard puncher. He's going to come hard. So the plan was not to finish in the first round, but if opportunity happened, we're going to do it. But the game plan was there, and that's what happened.
Beautiful work. And now you've punched your ticket to the playoffs. I'm curious to know, what is next for Abdulrazak Sankara?
Maintenant, tu es qualifié pour le playoff. Maintenant, qu'est-ce que ta prochaine cible?
En réalité, c'est une grosse joie pour moi et je voudrais même crier où là je suis, mais je ne peux pas crier, du coup, je vais rester tranquille. Et en tout cas, le plan, c'est de terminer premier de cette catégorie et finir avec la ceinture, Inch'Allah.
I'm very happy that I got my ticket for the playoff. Really, I want to dance loud, but I stay concentrated. And my next plan is to be the champion of this weight category with the belt.
We're talking to a potential future champion, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have any words for your fans and your people back home?
Est-ce que tu as un mot pour tes fans au pays?
J'aimerais dire grand merci d'abord à ce grand monsieur qui a arrêté mon coach. Merci beaucoup. Et aussi aussi à l'organisation. Franchement, EKO, c'est une très grosse organisation et je kiffe vraiment. Et c'est pourquoi je vais être le champion de cette catégorie. Et concernant les fans, franchement, grand merci à vous sur les réseaux sociaux, Instagram, Facebook, de partout. Ça me soutient fort vraiment. Et merci beaucoup aussi. Un big up à ma chérie Rabat Bouadir depuis la France. Merci beaucoup pour le soutien, pour les messages, l'encouragement, la force. Merci chérie. Et aussi à ma mère, mon père et tous mes frères et sœurs qui me soutiennent depuis le pays. Merci beaucoup.
I say thanks to my coach and thanks to AKO for this great work he's doing in Africa, supporting all these African fighters. And I also said thanks to all my social media fans and my mother, father, to my sweetheart, straight from France. Thanks to all the public that have been here. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Abdulrazak Sankara.
Victory for the very first fight of the night in favor of Abdulrazak Sankara in the lightweight division in the red corner, representing Burkina Faso, defeating Nigeria's own David Emmanuel in quick order, in quick fashion. It was so quick and swift. We were just warming up. But if you think that that is all we have for you, I'm just telling you that is the tip of the iceberg. Well done. Shows that you're in wonderful shape, by the way.
Oh,
That shape. But we'll take a look now. Just before we go to the next fight, though, I just want to quickly get your impressions on this. How impressed were you, Hugo, about how he dispatched David Emmanuel with such ease and expertise in that very first fight?
Well, I was going to say for Emmanuel, it was definitely going to be a trial of fire. You know, we're going to see how good he was, you know, because this was definitely going to be the hardest test in his career. You know, I know Abdulrazak Sankara has been very active, and I did say he's been too active. The boy fights like every 2 weeks, you know, and it showed, you know, it showed. And the last time he fought in the AKO, he had a very good fight.
Okay, now we do have to turn our attention now to our next fight, which is the women's bantamweight division. Tail of the tape between Telomon Doose from Lagos, Nigeria, and of course Amina Kouassi from Abidjan, Ivory Coast. So the Nigerian has the home court advantage. She's from Lagos, like we say in Nigeria, Moeko. Your thoughts on this one, Itachi? Do you think she has the advantage? We've seen what happened to the first Nigerian that fought tonight. Quick order, but it's quite different. The women's bantamweight division. Can we see another upset tonight in this next fight?
Amina Kouassi, what stands out to me is her aggression. She's very good at applying pressure and getting into the minds of our opponents. So I'm curious to see how Telomon Doose is able to navigate that, because she has a higher height over her opponents. So I'm curious to see how that goes.
Your thoughts on this as well, Telomon Doose and of course Amina Kouassi.
Well, it's Telomon Doose. You know what her nickname is? The Woman King.
The Woman King,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. And I mean, I've trained with her. She's a very good grappler. She's really aggressive. And it's her debut. I'm sure she has a lot to prove. Now, Amina Kouassi, on the other hand, this is her second time in the AKO. She came very cocky the last time against Teresa Ajiboye, and she was humbled because she did not have enough gas. So let's see how it goes this time.
Well, it's time for us to go over now to the ring announcer for the second fight of the night in the women's bantamweight division.
Ladies and gentlemen, making our way into the ring right now, Telomon, the Woman King, Doose! Ladies and gentlemen, making our way into the ring right now, Hanim, the hairless Pharaoh, Kouassi. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a judo and a Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Lagos State, Nigeria. Teluman, the Woman King, Doose. Introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a Muay Thai and a Sangha fighter with a professional MMA record of no wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Abidjan, Ivory Coast, Amina, the Hairless Fury, Kouassi. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joga.
Come this way, please. You know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves if you want to. Back to your corners. Ready? Are you ready? Ready. Fight!
Wow, talk about not touching gloves, even when the referee told them to touch gloves. Of course, this is round 1 of 3 5-minute rounds. Edache, hopefully, we don't get an early finish in this time around.
Hopefully. We have both ladies in the orthodox stance, left leg in front, power hand coming from the right, power kicks coming from the right as well.
Whoa!
And just like that, we get our first exchange. Oh, Teluman Doose taking her straight to the floor.
Oh, yeah, and that's what Temulum is known for. You know, she's a black belt judoka, and she is known for her intense pressure, especially in the wrestling game. You know, most women can't deal with her strength and her pressure, you know.
Well, just to remind you, our viewers, fighting in the blue corner is Doose, the Nigerian from Lagos, and of course, Kouassi from Abidjan in the red corner. But this looks really intense so far. Less than a minute into the first round, which will be important to keep the pace even so you don't tire out in perhaps second round.
We're seeing Teluman Doose going from side control into full mount, and we're seeing Kouassi struggling with that pressure. I'm curious to see if she can fight her way out of this with technique without exploding.
We are seeing Jose in a very, very, let's say, dominant position right now. How can Kouassi reverse this hold?
Boy, her transition to that position too was so easy. Kouassi should not be flat on her back. The last thing she needs to get on the side. She needs to get on the side and fight for the half guard, you know, because just these underhooks, she's just buying time and she's wasting time. This is what is going to happen, you know. She needs to get on the side and fight for half guard.
As we see Telumundose now, what she needs to do is create separation, then rain down ground and pound. That's what we're seeing her attempting to accomplish right now. And Aminan Kouassi is struggling with this position. You can see her legs flailing behind her at the back, but it's still anyone's fight at this point. But Telumundose definitely has the upper hand.
You can clearly see the referee monitoring closely the proceedings. Kouassi seems to be in trouble right now, but again, how can she reverse this position she's in right now, Dache?
Well, she needs to get on his side. She can't be flat on her back, as Hugo has already pointed out. You need to create separation, shrimp onto one side, either your left or your right, and use that to begin to create separation with your hips. But right now, because she's flat, she has no ability to do that.
Well, I can see what she's trying to do. You know, she's trying to hip bump, you know, and try to bench press her opponent. And obviously, Doose, the woman king, can see this coming all day, and like she's just keeping it really tight with her legs, you know.
True to her nickname, the Woman King, talking about Telumundose, she's showing that dominance. Obviously, the judges are watching this. Oh, the referee has come in, and back-to-back in a row, the crowd is in a frenzy. The hometown girl has gotten a TKO decision victory over Amina Kouassi. Your thoughts on this, Adache?
Well, what we just saw now is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an unprepared object, because hip bumps will only get you so far at the highest level of mixed martial arts, and that's what we saw. She burnt out her energy, the ref had seen enough, the ground and pound was beginning to add up, and yeah, that's the end of the fight.
The Woman King obviously reigning supreme in what has she been an interesting one, and of course the celebrations are kicking in. Hugo, Funk Daddy, your thoughts on this? The crowd are loving it. The crowd are loving it.
Jade has been put on notice in two different ways. She's like, hey, I'm here, I'm a good fighter, and like I can dance too, and the crowd's gonna love me. That's what that was. Very nice to see you. What a way to introduce yourself to the African Knockout Championship. What a debut.
All right, well said. Now we're taking a look at this one. Oh well, we were about to take a look at the replay of that first round action. We can clearly see that she's really loving every moment of it, and of course this is what it's all about here, the African Knockout Championship, because this is 3 precious points earned by Telumundose. Now we saw this, the early establishment of dominance, already mounting her opponent and laying into her. Your thoughts on this and how she won this fight with that early aggression?
Aggression is the word. You just used the perfect word. Aggression. At the early stages of your career, the quickest way to get wins is to overwhelm your opponents, because most people are unprepared for flurries such as this, and it paid off in a big way for the Woman King tonight.
Now for Amina Kouassi, would we say that perhaps she was just not ready? She wasn't prepared for this level of aggression from the Nigerian Telumundose?
Well, I don't know what she expected, you know. Doose is a staple in the MMA scene. I know it's a debut, but she's been around for a while.
But we can clearly see, just not to cut you off, but also to get your thoughts on this, we can see that it was a poor showing from Amina Kouassi. 0 total strikes, 0 punches, all the dominance leading towards Telumundose.
She never got a shot off. But we have to give credit to the Woman King. You know, she just took away all her weapons, closed the distance, took her to the ground, and just kept her there.
Well, at this point in time, we do have the official results now. Ringside, we're going to go over to ringside for the official results of this fight between Telumundose and, of course, Amina Kouassi.
Ladies and gentlemen, The referee calls the stop to the fight at exactly 2 minutes 51 seconds of the first round. And we have our winner by TKO. Telemann, the Woman King, Doose!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with your winner of this women's bantamweight bout, none other than the Woman King, Telemann Doose. What was the game plan going into this fight?
Is to finish her.
Ladies and gentlemen, no words wasted, to finish her. But I imagine that you prepared for this. What was the training camp like for you and your coaches?
A beast one.
As we go into the final section of these questions and answers, I ask, what comes next for the Woman King? Ladies and gentlemen, a woman of not too many words, the Woman King, Telemann Doose.
Words from the Woman King, Telemann Doose. We shall take a few words from our sponsors and we shall be right back.
Money Point, exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current?
Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
Boy, are we looking forward to more exciting action here in the African Knockout Championship 6, the final eliminator. The last fight we just saw, Telemann Doose put the entire women's bantamweight division on notice. A first round decision TKO victory over Kouassi from Ivory Coast. Guys, your thoughts on that from that fight? Again, we are burning through it. 2 first-round decisions already in AKO 6, but let's talk about this one. She said she wanted to go in there with mean intentions, and we saw it from the get-go.
We did see it from the get-go. Again, we said earlier on, it's important when you're starting your career to apply pressure. Most people, when they are lacking in experience, they can't deal with pressure. And that's what you saw the Woman King apply. Pressure, 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 and our opponent wilted.
Hugo, your thoughts on it? Again, this is Telemon Doose showing that, okay, listen, I am not to be trifled with here in the AKO championship, especially in the women's bantamweight division.
I mean, like, she wasted no time, man. No tentativeness, and it shows her experience. I mean, it's her debut in the African Knockout Championship, but everybody knows the Woman King. You know, she's been around. She's been around, a really experienced fighter, and she showed her experience there. You know, she's come here to take over, and I guess she's put the division on notice. Definitely such a very good showing.
Now, as much as we're going to, of course, wax lyrical on the winner of tonight's fight, well, let's talk about the loser, Kouassi. Is there a way back? They say you learn more from your defeats than your victories. What has she learned from this fight tonight?
I think she will learn from this fight that it's important for you to clean up that ground game. You can't come into the African knockout cage unprepared in terms of your Brazilian jiu-jitsu and grappling, because if you don't, somebody like the Woman King will come and expose you. So I expect her coach, who is one of the better coaches that we have on this entire promotion, to go back to the drawing board, clean up those rough edges, and come back stronger.
Well, obviously that would be the plan if you are Kouassi, who lost just a few moments ago in the women's bantamweight division. But up next will be the light heavyweight division, where we also have the big boys coming out to play. Israel Mano from Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. I mean, he has not really had the best of times here in the African Knockout Championship. He will be desperate for a victory, but look at that mean look right there from Vinicius Iyinagolu. Your thoughts on this one? Again, Anambra, Nigeria, that's, you know, the southeast part of Nigeria, as an Igbo man, like we will say. And of course, a man from Burkina Faso, West African brothers, but they'll be rivals tonight in the AKO Championship.
Oh boy, if this fight is anything like the face-off was yesterday. Did you see that stare down?
It was very intense.
Oh boy.
It was very intense.
I have to say, Buga Iyinagolu, he's a very intimidating character, and I see he was trying to get into Manu's head. And Manu, on the other hand, now seems like the gentle giant, the Mr. Nice Guy. Just come out here for a nice little fight. You know, it's nothing personal. And I think he got in Manu's head. It will be interesting to see how this pans out. And like you said, Manu has no wins, but he always goes the full fight. You know, he's definitely a talented fighter, and just been unlucky with the judges.
Well, it's time for us to head on down to the ring announcers. It's time for light heavyweight action here in the African Knockout Championship, and we can't wait for you to enjoy this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the ring, Israel, the blacksmith, Mano!
at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the ring, the Nachos Vuga Iyinagolu. Gentlemen, this is a 5-minute reruns of action in the AKO Championship Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 0 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Kodogu, Burkina Faso, Israel, the blacksmith, Mano! Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a professional MMA striker with a professional record of 2 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Anambra, Nigeria, Venetias, Vuga Iyinagolu. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Watcher.
Okay, gentlemen, you both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my commands. Keep it clean, keep it fair. Shake hand if you like. Touch glove if you like. Okay, go back to your corner. Stay there, okay? You ready? You ready? Let's go!
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Fight number 3 in the light heavyweight division. In the blue corner is Israel Mano from Burkina Faso. In the red corner is the Nigerian Vinicius Iyinagolu. And what a fiery start to this one. Our referee is Michael Watcher. Edache, what's going on? This is a very fast start.
What we're seeing right now is the composure of Israel Mano versus the pressure and intimidation of Vinicius Iyinagolu. And right now, it's any man's fight. As we can see, Israel Mano attempts to take down, but the balance of Venasius, keeping him on his feet.
Balance.
This is a very physical affair. Hugo, your thoughts on this? Is a very, very fast start to this round. And of course, these are big guys, so they need to pace themselves.
You know, the big boys normally start in a very tentative fashion, you know, because the bigger the guns, the bigger the burn, you know, and it can end very quickly if you just get clipped with one shot. So it was very nice to see these boys just go right at it, and now they find themselves in the clinch. Mano sticking to that single leg, and Vinicius Iyinagolu showing tremendous balance.
All right, now it seems to be at a stalemate at this point in time. A bit of a breather for us to talk about both fighters. But your thoughts on this again? You observe something. The referee comes in to break it in.
Something I find really interesting is that Israel Mano is controlling the position of Iyinagolu Venasius by utilizing double underhooks. And those underhooks are what he's using to generate leverage and control his opponent's body.
Oh boy, Iyinagolu just threw a devastating oblique kick to the knee right there. I guess he's been watching Mano's videos, because that's actually a go-to move of Israel, the blacksmith Mano. And,
now for Israel Mano, he is winless. 3 defeats so far. He is desperate for a victory tonight. As on the other hand, you have Vinicius, who has a record of 2 wins, 1 by KO, the other by submission. Again, it seems like there's a stalemate, a time for both fighters to perhaps catch their breath and re-strategize.
It does seem like it's a stalemate, but the truth is that Israel Mano is the one in the advantageous position right now by pinning his opponent to the fence. He's utilizing that underhook to control his body, the position of his opponent's body, and that's why he's able to keep him stuck to the fence. Over time, this kind of activity will wear you down. We've seen Kamaru Usman, throughout his career, this was something he was known for. He'll keep you to the cage, stomp on your feet, wear you out, and eventually get the finish. So let's see how it goes.
We have seen a reversal of some sorts by Vinicius. Now he is in the position of dominance.
I don't know, you know, because Mano has the double underhooks, and whoever has the double underhooks is actually in a better position. You know, so I think Iyinagolu needs to swim, man. He needs to swim. He needs to try and get one hand in there at least to get in some sort of 50-50, because right now, you see, he's trying to shoot for a double leg, but Manu has the double underhooks, you know, so he just can't get close enough.
Now, talking about investments, the crowd right here in the Monarch Center in Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria are invested in this particular fight. This is the 3rd fight of AKO 6, and it is in the light heavyweight division. The referee putting out some instructions right now. Less than a minute or less than 2 minutes to go in the in the first round. Look at that back elbow that just missed. Wonderful awareness by Israel Mano.
So the spinning back elbow missed, but the thing is that it put him in a bad position. That's what those high amplitude movements do to you. You can get high rewards from them, but the risk can also put you in a deficit position.
Now, we were talking about this pre-fight that perhaps this will be the fight that will maybe go beyond the first round, and most likely seems that way because we are slowly coming to the end of the first round. Less than a minute to go. Hugo, any impressions from what you felt in the first round?
Boy, Mano definitely has a game plan, you know, because Iyinagolu always starts very explosive, and most times his fights end in the first round, you know, and Mano has been able to see 15 minutes in his last 2 fights, so I'm sure he would like to test Fuga's gas tank. And this clinch and putting his weight on him and just wearing him down, he's definitely investing in taking away some gas.
Now, that's we can agree that Mano cannot neutralize the initial firepower or perhaps aggression that Iyinagolu Venasius had in this fight.
He is negating it. This is what you should do. If a fire is burning hot, you want to put a cold, wet blanket over it and gently simmer it down. And Israel Mano is playing the role of the blanket right now, wearing his opponent down as we approach the final 15 seconds of this first round.
The referee comes in, and like we said, well said by Dache, we are less than 10 seconds to go in this first round. First round of 3 5-minute rounds between Israel Mano and Vinicius Iyinagolu, who are in the light heavyweight division. The crowd are a bit frustrated. We can clearly see Vinicius seems to be in a bit of discomfort. We're not too sure, but the first round comes to an end. Or is there a timeout by the referee? I think it's a referee. Oh, the first round has come to an end, and I have to get your thoughts on it, Hugo.
Mano needs to be careful. He needs to be careful with those low blows. Actually, I'd say both men. You see, there you go. He's lost a point.
Oh, no. The referee has taken a point off Israel Mano for what he deemed a low blow against Vinicius Iyinagolu. I'm not too sure what the next stance is. Being asked if he can go through. Did you see what just happened?
So that was a timeout called by the ref just before the closing bell of the first round. And now, I think because it was a low blow, he gets a few seconds to recalibrate himself before both men go back into the action immediately. But we would expect the first round to end any moment from now.
Obviously, we have a few seconds to go before the end of the very first round. And that is it. The first round is over. An eventful first round, points deducted. However, an incredible strategy from the Burkina Faso man as he was able to negate the aggression earlier on by, Israel, Vinicius Iyinagolu, and we saw 2 shots land there for Israel Mano.
So Israel Mano has a very interesting strategy. He wants to apply pressure and then get him to the fence so that he can maul him and have his way. The thing that I wish I would see more from Vinicius right now is lateral movement. The footwork is too linear. He's going forward and back. We need more side-to-side movement so as to avoid the edge of the cage. But so far, entertaining first round.
Oh boy, Manu definitely came here with a game plan. I mean, like, his jab cross is not bad. I think he could invest in some more straight punches. That's what the crowd want to see, I know, but hey, he has a game plan and it's working. So far, so good for him.
They're seeing the first round stats now, where you see total strikes, punches, the elbow that missed from, Vinicius. We saw that, the kicks, the knees, the takedowns, none, submissions, none. But from what we can see, Israel Mano seems to be in a better position in terms of how he had a more impressive first round. A lot still on the line, talking about the second round. I have to ask you guys now, we are moments away from the second round taking off. Both fighters look like they've had that feel. They have an idea of what each other has in store, but we will see. Let me get your thoughts on this, Adachi. Second round, who should start more? We can see that quick aggression again from Iyinagolu. Can he maintain it throughout the second round?
The interesting approach from Vinicius is that he switches stances quite a bit. He started in the southpaw stance, threw a strike, then switched to the orthodox stance. I'm curious to see how that affects Israel Mano moving forward, but Israel just has to do one thing, which is apply pressure, get him to the fence, and secure a takedown, as you can see him do now.
Oh boy, double underhooks once again, Vinicius Iyinagolu is showing a tremendous amount of balance. I don't know how he's managing to stay on his feet. Every time Manu picks him up, he doesn't tilt him. He just takes him straight up and then brings him straight down. So I think that's also helping Iyinagolu stay on his feet. Manu desperately trying to get this fight to the ground.
With just 1 year apart from these two fighters, Manu being 31 years old, and of course Iyinagolu being 32 years old, I can assure you the audience is invested with every single bit of this action. These two fighters have an interesting background in terms of their training. Both are wrestlers and good strikers, so it seems as if they are cancelling each other out as it looks.
Fundamentals, fundamentals, fundamentals. You don't try to take a person down if you haven't secured an underhook. If not, you just burn energy. And that's what you're seeing Vinicius Iyinagolu doing now. He has both, his opponent has 2 underhooks on him. Yet, he's still trying to grapple. What he should be trying to do is swim his hands under his opponent's armpit so as to gain leverage and take him down.
Second round action coming from the African Knockout Championship. We have a takedown. We do have that, but a quick recovery, a knee.
Beautiful.
He seemed buzzed. Your thoughts on this, Hugo?
Well, to be honest, Mano is actually losing the fight right now because he had a point. He had a point taken off. Oh, is he rocked? Is he rocked or what? He is rocked.
Like he's in trouble.
He is rocked. He's in trouble now.
We have seen Mano in trouble, and the same issues that have plagued him in the past are coming back.
Showing a lot of heart.
Vinicius needs to pace himself.
The thing that we need to pay attention to is that was the second time he threw that spinning back elbow. First time missed, and then he threw it the second time. However, this is not what he should be doing right now. He needs to keep range. He needs to pepper with shots. He needs to dismantle his opponents with strikes. You should not be trying to grapple when your opponent is rocked.
Well, we can clearly see that Mano may just have time to recover. If you're just joining us, this is the African Knockout Championship. Israel Mano in the blue corner taking on Iyinagolu. Mano from Burkina Faso, Iyinagolu from Nigeria. And we saw him with a moment of dominance where he seemed to have rocked Israel Mano. Mano seems to still be buzzed on his feet.
Well, I think I know what happened there. I'm starting to think maybe Vuga was just burning out, throwing all those punches. And I don't think he could finish Mano, and he just went, I think it was the wrong decision as well, to shoot for the takedown at that time. He should have just maintained his distance, pepper him a little bit with some straight punches. He was almost out.
Well, what we're clearly seeing less than 2 minutes ago, Mano seems to be recovering. Vinicius is giving him time to recover.
And the reason Vinicius is giving him time to recover is because that right underhook, he's not doing anything to defend the right underhook. He's just grappling. And you see, the lack of fundamentals now may have robbed him from an opportune moment to end that fight early.
We have less than 2 minutes to go in this second round. Of course, it's 3 rounds, 5 minutes each. And Israel Mano has also had this issue throughout his stay here in the African Knockout Championship, whereby his resistance to damage seems to be really, let's say, limited.
His resistance to damage is sometimes limited. However, his fight style helps him to really quell down the pressure and intensity of his opponents. And as you can see now, if Vinicius, who was looking hot 1 minute ago, has slowed down. You see the hands low, you see him walking heavily, and let's see how it goes as he approaches him with the southpaw stance as he switches into orthodox now.
Again with the spinning back elbow that misses. I think Mano has read that to a T, where he can almost predict that will be the move to come. However, less than 30 seconds to go in the second round. From Burkina Faso, Israel Mano taking on the Nigerian from Anambra State, Iyinagolu. And we saw earlier moments of the second round where Iyinagolu buzzed Mano. Less than 10 seconds to go now. And we can see if he's trying to muster his strength, feed up the energy of the crowd. Less than 10 seconds to go. What will happen? The excitement reaching fever pitch. Both fighters seem labored, to be honest. But Iyinagolu seems to have the upper hand. And for a brief moment, Israel Mano seems as if he was ready to just quit.
The thing is that when you are under this kind of pressure, it can be tempting to look at certain strikes and say that they were low. That right kick was an oblique kick. It landed just above the thigh, in the middle of the thigh. It was not low. But the exhaustion may seem to be taking a role in the fight so far.
A pivotal third round in store for both fighters. They will need to dig deep and fight and find that inner strength and energy. But Hugo, from the exchange in this second round, you can see where that damage. There you go. On the button.
It was a
what could
spinning back
have done better?
Spinning back fist. Now just take your time. He landed the knee as well. He's landed the uppercut. He's landed the knee again. A good hook. He should have just stuck to this. Stay right there. Stay in the boxing range and just let him have it. Let him have it. Let him have it. Take your time. Chip at it.
We can clearly see the total number of strikes and punches. The activity increasing more now for Vinicius in the second round. As for Israel Mano, he needs to ramp up his activity. He seems to be labored in terms of his breathing. Can he muster up his stamina? Seems to be depleted.
The thing about Israel Mano that he has struggled with in the past is the volume of strikes he's thrown. He's only thrown 9 strikes in that second round, and only 4 of them landed, whereas Vinicius threw 29, 3 times what he threw, and landed about 3 times as much. So let's see how they adapt going in. Oblique kick thrown and missed by Vinicius.
This third round starting off very, very heated, as the first 2 rounds did. It's the third and final round of the third fight here in the African Knockout Championship. It is light heavyweight division, where you have Israel Mano from Burkina Faso in the blue corner taking on Vinicius Iyinagolu in the red corner from Nigeria. And these 2 fighters, again, desperate for victory. Second round seems to have favored the Nigerian more. A kick there from Mano. But your thoughts on this?
Hugo? Yeah, I don't know. Well, Iyinagolu looks the fresher of both fighters coming into this final round. But like we just saw there, Mano is still very dangerous. He was playing possum, I guess, and he just threw a devastating head kick. So yeah, Iyinagolu needs to be very smart with this one. Take his time. He's winning the fight already. He should just manage the fight. Game management is what is most important right now.
Now, is it important for Iyinagolu to look for that highlights reel finish, or should he perhaps, like Hugo said, manage the fight?
A wise man once said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This strategy, however flawed it may be, is paying dividends because Israel Mano is incapable of adapting to it appropriately. I'm still not pleased with the fact that the fundamentals are lacking on the side of Venatius. He's not fishing for those underhooks. He seems content with taking his points away step by step. But like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Now, I know you're talking about the fundamentals and the disappointment to which he's not showcasing them, but the question now is, when you are in this moment, when you are exhausted, when you are feeling the weight of another fighter in your same division, as heavy as you are, on your body, pushing against you, trying to punch you, would you be thinking about that, or how would you perhaps manage this situation to be able to get the advantage?
I'm sure Hugo will agree with me on this. Composure is a skill as important to develop as your striking and your grappling. You have to be able to still make the right decisions even when you're exhausted and there's a full crowd screaming about you. So it's not an excuse.
Well, no excuse from Coach Edache, but let me get the thoughts now of Hugo. Hugo, this is an all-important fight for both fighters in the light heavyweight division. For Israel Mano, no victory so far. And from what we can see, a point deducted in the first round, and it seems as if he might just be losing this fight if nothing drastic happens in the third round.
Yeah, and like Edache said, you know, fight IQ is very important, and things are getting very dangerous in this clinch now. I think Iyinagolu should go back to the clinch, and like in the clinch, he was finally picking out his shots. He had a 6-12 elbow there that landed. There he goes again. The 6-12 elbow is just going right through, and I think he should invest in that. And then those knees to the knees and the inner leg or the inner thigh of Israel Mano are all going to add up eventually. He's compromising his movement.
Compromising his movement indeed. As you can see, Israel Mano isn't moving side to side anymore. He's just moving backwards whenever Venatius pressures him. Now, let's see how it goes in the last 1 minute and 35 seconds of this round. Will there be any adjustments made by Israel Mano? Only time will tell.
Well, Venatius looking like he is the man that might just get victory tonight in the third fight here in the African Knockout Championship final eliminator. On the other hand, Israel Mano, as it seems, like we say, anything can happen in MMA, but as it seems right now, Israel Mano just seems content to be in this position. If you are the coach of Israel Mano less than a minute to go, what would you be telling your fighter to turn this fight around?
Hugo, what would you be telling Israel Mano if you were his coach right now?
Boy, he's got the underhooks already, but I don't know what he's doing with those underhooks. He's playing jiu-jitsu, kickboxing. I don't know what this is, you know. But like with those underhooks, he should try and pivot, get his legs wider, get his hips out of there. You know, he needs to try and reverse this position. What's he doing with the underhooks?
Iyinagolu obviously seems very content to have Mano in this position whereby he is very limited in terms of being dangerous, negating any position that Mano can perhaps mount upon and act upon to put him in danger.
As we approach the final 20 seconds of this round, Venatius has pressure on his side and he has volume. He's landed more, he's thrown more, he's walked forward more. All these make high impressions in the sight of the judges as we see Israel Mano attempt to apply pressure as we go into the final 10 seconds.
Yes, a series of strikes and attack from Israel Mano, a late flurry in the last 10 seconds. One can say it's a little too late as we have come to the end of the third fight here in the African Knockout Championship. In the blue corner was Israel Mano from Burkina Faso taking on Venatius Iyinagolu from the red corner from Nigeria. And this is in the light heavyweight division from the eye test. From the eye test, guys, Hugo, who do you think got the victory? 1 point deducted from Israel Mano, remember, in the first round for a low blow. But who do you think got this one from your eye test?
I think that point was very costly. I think it was going to cost him. And the moment that happened, he had to go out there and finish the fight. He couldn't get it. And in the last round, Fuga seemed the pressure of both fighters, and he just kept on coming with that pressure. I'm not a judge, but I think Israel Mano might have lost this one.
Well, for the first time here in AKO 6, a fight has gone the full distance. You owe me money, Edache. We made a bet. You say we're going to end in the first round. Yeah, give me my money.
I do owe you money. I'll pay you the 5 naira as soon as the show is over.
But who do you think got this one?
Well, from the eye test, I think we all are in agreement that Venatius Iyinagolu passed the eye test, and the pressure, the cage work, pushing him to the cage, all those high amplitude strikes he was throwing they must have looked good in the eyes of the judges, but any moment from now, we'll come up with an official decision.
We do have the stats now to showcase a clearer picture of what went down in this particular fight, and obviously, the man with more volumes and more attacks was the Nigerian on the red corner, Vinicius Iyinagolu. You can clearly see he had a total number of strikes of 73 for the 4 landing. Your thoughts on the dominance of Iyinagolu in terms of being very aggressive in this one?
Well, to be honest, after seeing his first fight, I am not very surprised. You know, I thought, hey, high-octane fighter, is he going to last past the first round, stay explosive? And I have to be honest, I was really impressed with his gas tank and how he was able to just maintain the pressure. At some point, he noticed he couldn't put out Mano. He just had to make sure, good game management, just make sure you get the win. And that's what he's done.
Of course, the judges being Femi Oshontolu, you have Solomon Bassi, and of course Austin Joda, who will all be trying to score this fight, and we'll see who will emerge as the victor of this third one. We'll head over now to ringside for the announcement of the winners.
Come on now, come on now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we have our winner by unanimous decision, Vinicius Vuga Iyinagolu!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner of this light heavyweight bout, Vinicius Iyinagolu. Vinicius, was there anything about your opponent this evening that surprised you?
Actually, I'm surprised about his physical strength, but I think it's not something I cannot handle. This bout is actually something I nearly called off because of some injuries I picked during the camp. I have a slight elbow and knuckle injury, but I felt like I can do it, so I have to take the chance.
Was there anything about his physical strength that made you change your game plan?
Not really. I think he tried to take me down some couple of times because I watched his previous bout, and I think he's a grappler or a sambo wrestler, but I'm a strong man, though. So I think he tested that, and he couldn't take me down.
Yes, we saw you with that incredible balance, standing on your feet. And we also saw you throw those spinning back elbows. Was that something you worked on in training camp?
That's my signature.
As you can hear, spinning back elbow. That is the signature for Vinicius Iyinagolu, the winner of your third bout this evening in the light heavyweight division.
Massive congratulations to the Nigerian from Anambra State. The nickname is Vogu, as he... Vuga, sorry, I should say. Vuga, the nickname, as he emerged victorious today, defeating, the Burkina Bay man, Mano. We shall go on a quick break, and when we come back, it's still more here on the African Knockout Championship.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power.
Money Point, exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current?
Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a night, what an experience so far. The first block is done and dusted, 3 fights in the bag, and of course we have to talk about the action we saw. First fight very early, before we could even sit down and relax and get into the swing, it was a submission victory. Second fight, the same. Third fight went the distance, but also we had lots of action. And we should focus a bit on the third fight now, talking about Vinicius Iyinagolu. You interviewed him. He said he had a few injuries, and he fought through that because he was frustrated with the lack of fundamentals being used. Perhaps the injury hampered him in his victory over Mano.
It's really rare, and I'm sure Hugo will agree with me, it's really rare that you step into the cage and you're 100%, because you're sparring so much, you're training so much, your body is taking so much damage every day in training that something might just be amiss. However, what spells victory or greatness is your ability to rise above the tumultuous circumstances. So, hats off to him. Looking forward to seeing him compete in the future.
3 fights so far. What has been the most impressive for you?
Has to be the first fight. But it's exciting to see Vinicius. I think, to be honest, he might be the face of the light heavyweight division, and the crowd loves him out as well. You know, he's a very imposing character. Doesn't say much, gets the job done.
Now we can clearly see this is the first block of the fight card we have for you tonight. The first 3 fights. Remember, we have 9 fights ready for you, for your enjoyment, your entertainment, live here on the African Knockout Championship. This is the final eliminator, and we can clearly see the results. Very impressive. I just asked Hugo his thoughts on the fight of the night, also the fight he has enjoyed so far, and he mentioned the victory of Vinicius Iyinagolu over Mano. Well, who is your pick, Edache, in terms of who has impressed you so far in the first 3 fights we've had tonight?
Okay, so for me, it's because I'm a little bit biased. My first fight and my first win in MMA, I won via guillotine choke. And we had Abdulrazak securing a beautiful high elbow guillotine choke within the first 10 seconds.
Yes.
So I think that takes it for me, although the Woman King is a close second.
Well, yeah, it was a very impressive performance from the Woman King, talking about Telemon Doose over Amin and Kouassi. Obviously, we are looking forward to the next fights, and we'll take a look at, of course, the next fight. Talking about next 3 fights, the block 2, if you will, of the African Knockout Championship, the fight card. We are excited. It's the final eliminator, a chance for glory, a chance for you to see these fighters move on to the final stage of the African Knockout Championship. Obviously, we have the women's bantamweight division starting us off again, and it's Mandasana from Morocco taking on Teresa Ajiboye from Nigeria. Then we have, of course, the South African Chad Hanim taking on Sheriff Drame. We saw that face-off yesterday. Boy, that was something in the middleweight division. Then, of course, Mukisi from Angola taking on Youssef from Morocco in the featherweight division. Hugo, just a quick Wikipedia question. How many African countries do we have? It's not Hugo. Sorry, you're Hugo. You see, you're confusing me. Stop it.
Okay.
Edache, quick Wikipedia question. How many African countries do we have tonight?
9 African countries tonight, my brother.
There you go. So this is truly Pan-African. This is truly where the best African MMA fighters come to compete and showcase their strength. Now, out of the 3 fights we just showed now, which one kind of catches the eye? And nobody should mention fight number 2. That's the handicap.
Oh, boy. If you saw the face-off, again, I think that was the wildest face-off I have ever seen, man. Like, the hair on my body was standing. I had goosebumps. It was crazy. Chad, the Superman Hanim versus Sheriff Drame. We've seen a lot of Sheriff Drame, but we haven't seen too much of Shad, the Superman Hanim. But I did my research, and he's one scary dude. This guy has a finish from a leg kick, you know, and he's a jiu-jitsu black belt. And then I met him. He does look like Superman. So it'd be nice to see. Interesting.
Well, for me, the only thing that makes you Superman is if you do this and there's an S on your chest. So I don't know. I don't know if he has that S on his chest.
He has an S on his bicep. A really beautiful tattoo.
Oh, yeah. Well, while we are looking forward to get the real identity of Superman, I know it's Clark Kent, and Clark Kent is not an MMA fighter. I don't know what you're talking about. We have to focus now on the women's bantamweight division, where we have our second fight of the night. In that division, we see Mandasana from Morocco taking on Teresa Ajiboye. Your thoughts on this, Edache?
Teresa Ajiboye showed excellent striking and pressure in her last bout. Hugo and I covered that fight together. I'm sure you remember that. However, there was a bit of overconfidence in the final bits of that particular fight that maybe suggested to us that she had a bit more room to grow. Now, Mandasana, this is her first time in the African knockout, but I expect a heavy grappling approach from Mandasana going in, because that's the quickest way to get victory when your opponent is a striker.
We are seeing the age difference.
Oh, wow.
It is youth versus experience. 36 to 20 years old, 16-year difference. Would that be a factor when you see Teresa Ajiboye
Victor,
trying to take on Amanda Sanao, who seems to have that experience on lockdown?
Victor, 16 years apart. So when Amanda Sanao was doing her first submission, most likely, Teresa Ajiboye was just being born.
Wow.
And by the time Amanda Sanao probably graduated to like blue belt, Teresa Ajiboye was still just learning how to talk.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is definitely a clash of generations. Can't wait to see how it goes.
Well, it's time for us to go over to ringside now for our fourth fight of the night. It is Amanda Sanao from Morocco taking on Teresa Ajiboye from Nigeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, making our way into the ring all the way from Casablanca, Morocco, Manda Wonder Woman Sanao. Ladies and gentlemen, making our way into the ring all the way from Lagos State, Nigeria, Teresa Ayana Ajiboye. gentlemen, this is a 5-minute reruns of action in the AKO Championship Women's Bantamweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a sambo and judo fighter with a professional MMA record of 0 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Casablanca, Morocco, Manda, Wonder Woman, Sana. Introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a kickboxer and a professional MMA record with 1 win, 0 loss. Fighting out of Lagos, Nigeria, Farisa, Ajiboye. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Judah.
Ladies, you know the rules. So, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves if you want to. Touch gloves if you want to. Back to your corners.
Ready. Ready. Fight.
And here we go, fight number 4 in the African Knockout Championship, round number 1. In the blue corner, the Wonder Woman taking on the lady in the red corner, talking about Iron Lady T. But we have Manda Sana taking on Teresa Ajiboye, and what a bright start from Manda Sana representing Morocco here in the African Knockout Championship.
Oh boy, she's showing a lot of signals, a lot of ticks. They might not look like much, but all these little level changes, the little feints, she's showing a lot of signals, and I think she's just trying to close the distance. She knows Teresa has quick hands, and there you go. She was just trying to initiate a takedown. Perfectly timed.
We do have the first takedown of the fight, and it's from the experience again from Sana. She saw that perhaps the striking game might not, favor her, so let's go down and take it down and make it dirty.
You can always tell from the way the fighters are moving what their intentions are. Those subtle level changes and ticks that Hugo pointed out were just her trying to distract the vision of our opponent so that she can do what she's good at, which is take her to the ground and make it a long fight. Teresa Ajiboye holding the fence, which is illegal, and the referee getting in the way to stop that immediately.
Well, from what we can see, a second takedown, successful second takedown for the Moroccan Wonder Woman, Manda Sana.
Oh boy, I was very worried this was going to be a short fight, and she's going for the armbar. She's just setting that up. She might even go for the rear naked choke, but she's going for an armbar. Seems to be a Moroccan thing, huh?
It's over. It's all over. Oh my God, it's all over. A victory, submission victory for the Wonder Woman from Morocco, Manda Sana. Edache, what a victory.
Remember, we talked about it earlier. If you have not cleaned up the grappling, somebody will expose you in this sport. And Manda Sana, from the way her body is built, those guys from Casablanca, Morocco, she also trains with Youssef, who is fighting tonight. They will expose you if you haven't cleaned up the gaps in your game.
What an armbar. That looked very nasty for a moment. I hope Ajiboye is okay.
I really hope. I was worried about what we're gonna see when she got off her. I was so worried I was gonna see a broken dangling hand, because it was such a perfectly set up technically. She just stepped on transitioning from position to position, and once I saw her just get the underhook on the arm and put her knee up, I knew, oh boy, she's going for the armbar, and she has it already.
Well, we can see the early exchanges in the early moments of this fight in the first round. And we saw some success from Ajiboye in terms of her striking. But I think the experience of Manda Sana kind of came into the fore. And she said, I need to use my weight advantage. I need to use my experience. And boy, once she got in that armbar, it became nasty, Edache.
Once she got that armbar, it became nasty, as you pointed out. She looks like a fish out of water. A striker that cannot grapple in MMA has an Achilles heel that will always be exploited. And that's what we saw the Wonder Woman do, Mandasana. Took the fight to a place her opponent was uncomfortable and ended it quickly.
A wonderful debut for Mandasana, and it's time for us to head over now to ringside for the official results of this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner after 1 minute 37 seconds of the first round. Here is your winner by humble submission, Mano Wonder Woman Sana!
Obviously, the tail of the tape, remarkable stuff. But what is most important is the submission from Mandasana, as that was all that was important in this particular bout. And we're going to head over now to ringside for Idache for the post-fight interview. We're still waiting for the official post-fight interview from our very own Idache, of course, who is in the cage right now. But Hugo, like you said, the Wonder Woman from Casablanca, Mandasana, what an impressive statement. She has put the entire bantamweight division on notice.
I think what was most beautiful about that fight was when I saw the statistics. 0 strikes thrown, 0 strikes landed, 0 strikes needed. You know, she just kept on changing level, closing distance. She felt Teresa Ajiboye's speed and power, and I think she had made up her mind even before the fight. But I mean, after feeling the speed and power, she had made up her mind, hey, I'm taking this girl to the ground. I don't think she knows anything about the ground game. And deep water, very nice, very nice, very nice, very clean. Clean debut and a way to introduce yourself.
But how disappointed must Teresa be in the fact that it was, I mean, she had that early moment of, you like say, success in terms of the striking. Okay, I've just been told at this point in time that we do have our post-match interview ready for your enjoyment.
The winner of our women's bantamweight bout this evening, Mandasana from Casablanca, Morocco. I'm curious, what was the game plan going into this fight?
Bon, je suis très curieux. Quel était ton game plan pour gagner ce combat?
Comme j'ai dit hier, je vais finaliser le combat au sol et voilà, c'était le cas.
Bon, comme je disais hier, je voulais que ça commence et puis vous allez voir de quoi je suis capable. I'm speaking French. As I'm telling you, like I said yesterday, I wanted the game to start, so I should show you guys.
After making such an impeccable debut, what is next for the Wonder Woman?
Après cette jolie travail, quelle est ton prochaine étape?
Quelle est
ton prochaine étape? Ton prochaine étape, qu'est-ce que tu... Voilà.
Là, la prochaine fois, je me prépare pour le prochain combat. Là, c'était que le début. Et see you next fight.
I will prepare myself for the next fight. This was just the start. So I got more to show you guys.
Any word for your people back home in Morocco?
Est-ce que tu as le mot pour tes parents qui sont au pays? Le mot pour tes parents qui sont au pays. Tu as un mot à le lancer à ton pays?
Je veux remercier tout le monde derrière ma fille, la force. Je veux remercier la famille, mes parents et les coachs. Je remercie le coach Samy et tous les coachs qui sont derrière moi.
I say thanks to my family, my daughter.
Vive le Maroc.
and my daughter, my coach, my family, my friends, and say hi to all the Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, Manda Sana, a.k.a. Wonder Woman.
Money Point, exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Service or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is the African Knockout Championship, the final eliminator. The venue is the Monarch, Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria, and we are getting close to full capacity. But I can assure you, the audience, the crowd, feeding off the energy of what we're seeing, the best African mixed martial artists doing what they do best. Victor Godfrey, very much in the company of Edache, and of course, Hugo. One is Young Jollof, the other is the Funk Master or Funk Daddy. I don't know, there's so many mastery on his own end. But guys, so far so good. We'll talk about the last fight we just saw, fight number 4, but I want to get your impressions. Are you impressed or do you still want more?
I want more. I definitely want more. However, Hugo and I had been talking about Mandasana since yesterday. If you're unprepared for the grappling, you will be exposed in that cage. And unfortunately for Teresa Ajiboye, it appears that the Nigerian police force doesn't have a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu curriculum yet.
Wow, that's a very bold statement from Edache, but let me get your impressions. Do you want more? Because if you want more, by the way, guys, we do have more. That big main event to look forward to. We'll get to that in a minute, but Hugo, your thoughts on what we just saw so far? 4 fights. Are you impressed with the level of the display we've seen so far in terms of our fighters?
I mean, we've seen everything, and that's what we came here for. We've seen knockouts, we've seen technical knockouts, we've seen submissions, we've seen wins by decision, we've seen guys go the whole 3 rounds, the whole distance, you know. So this is the African Knockout Championship. I wouldn't expect anything less, and we still have so many bangers coming up, you know, like the next one coming up, you know. I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, but let's just take a quick step back and look back on the last fight we just saw, fight number 4 in the women's bantamweight division. Wonder Woman, we are talking about Superman a while ago. I didn't even know Wonder Woman was here as well. Wonder Woman Manda Sana with that impressive victory over the Iron Lady T, Teresa Ajiboye. Taking a look now back on the action, we saw the stats. And 0 punches thrown by Manda Sana, but again, in mixed martial arts, no be by who get blow, now they win fights.
No be who they throw blow, they win fights. It is about who is effective and efficient. And that's what we saw Manda Sana do. Effective and efficient mixed martial arts. Not striking, not kickboxing. Mixed martial arts action. And you can see it paid massive dividends on your screen right now.
Wow, look at that. The way the arm was twisted. We honestly hope she's fine. Now, Hugo, we spoke about the age disparity in terms of both fighters, 16 years apart.
Oh, boy.
Experience playing a key factor. How can Ajiboye learn from this experience? Both statements from Edache, they said the Nigerian police force needs a Brazilian jiu-jitsu coach. Do you think that is the reason why she lost this fight?
Well, I remember she did mention before the fight that she would have liked to have had a longer training camp. I don't know if this was short notice, but she didn't seem like she was happy enough with her preparation for the fight, before the fight. And everybody knows she's a very good kickboxer, but she's going up against the grappler. These are always the issues, like once the distance is closed and you're taken to the ground, if you can't get up, it becomes a problem. And that's exactly what just happened. She had no answer for any of the transitions that Sana brought. She just let her into every position and gave her the arm.
Now, as far as debuts go, Manda Sana has had an impressive debut here in the African Knockout Championship, especially in the women's bantamweight division, putting the entire division on notice. However, we shall move forward now to fight number 5 here in the African Knockout Championship. And talking about intense face-off from the last weigh-in, I can assure you we are waiting for that story to unfold right now as we have fight number 5 in the middleweight division. Each time I announce a fight, Edache is doing shadow boxing. Baba, I am not your enemy. Don't be shadow boxing beside me, please. I don't want to get any straight bullets. But we're seeing this. Chad Hanem, Superman, he scored from Johannesburg, South Africa, taking on Sheriff Drame from Benin Republic, known as the Black Loop. Hugo, this is it. 35 years age for Drame, 32 for the South African. The reach are the same, the weight's very similar. How do you see this one going out?
Oh boy, I just hope it goes as intensely as the stare down or the face-off they had yesterday. It was crazy, it was intense.
It was intense.
Oh boy, and it was dramatic. Sheriff Drame had to he went to the scale second. So he had Chad waiting for him, and Chad was just there. He's a bit taller. Drame gets there, he's staring down on him. It was so intense. I can't wait to see how it goes. And now it should be explosive.
It should be explosive. The first fight of the night that doesn't have any Nigerian in it. So it's 2 different African countries, one from West Africa, Benin Republic, and South Africa. But like we've said, Chad has this very imposing frame. He looks the part. He does look like Superman. Who knows? Wonder Woman has done the job. Another member of the Justice League might do another job, Superman. But do you feel that this fight might be done and dusted just based on the intensity we saw from the weigh-in yesterday?
Well, the thing that I'm taking from this is that the height discrepancy, if Chad can use that to dictate the pace of the fight, he will have more opportunities to possibly impose his will. Because we know he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. We know that he strikes. We've seen him knock people out with leg kicks. We've seen him knock people out with elbows. It's all on the internet for everyone to see. However, I don't think anybody should write off the Black Loop, a.k.a. Sheriff Drame. Sheriff Drame will knock you out if you give him an opportunity to do so. And that's why we love this fight. Anything can happen. We have the Superman versus the Black Loop next.
What else do we say? It's time for us to head over now to ringside for the introduction of both fighters. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his double entrance, representing South Africa, Chad Superman Hanem. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Benin Republic, making his way into the ring right now, Sheriff Black Loop Drame! Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute reruns of action in the AKO Championship Middleweight Division. Introducing for us, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional mixed martial artist with an MMA record of 9 wins, 3 losses. Fighting out of Johannesburg, South Africa, Chad Superman Hanako. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 8 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Cotonou, Benin, Sheriff the Black Loop Drame. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda.
Gentlemen, you know the rules. You know my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves if you want to. Go back to your corners.
Ready. Ready. Fight! And here we go. The middleweight division is on notice. Fighting from the blue corner from South Africa, Chad Hanim, known as Superman, against the man in the red corner, Sharif Drame, the Black Loop. And so far, so good. It's the middleweight division whereby the boys have both speed and power. So anything can happen.
Yes, as you can see, right low kick thrown by Chad the Superman Hanim. That's one of his signature techniques, known for breaking people's legs on impact. And we have both men circling the cage. I like the lateral movement on display from Hanim, but we also have the good pressure on display by Sheriff Drame.
Drame seems to be on the front foot here. Hugo, your thoughts on the early exchanges in this one?
Both men are just, they seem tentative, but nah, it's like a chess game. And it's not the first person to make a move, it's the first person that doesn't want to make a mistake. The first person to make a mistake drops. And like you said, these are the middleweights. These boys pack a punch. I see Drame trying to set up that overhand.
right overhand, one of the key techniques used by Sheriff Drame whenever he fights. But you can see Chad Hanekom beginning to get comfortable with that reach. He's the taller man, meaning that he has more real estate to work with. But let's see how it goes. That right low kick by Sheriff Drame has gotten some interesting reactions from the Superman.
Now, I can assure you guys that we are seeing two of the best in the game really going at it. The high level of expertise and display of amazing athletic ability is just mind-blowing. Again, we can clearly see that Sheriff Drame, especially in the middleweight division, will need a victory, a low kick right there that didn't even seem to phase Hanekom.
Oh boy, that man, I see why they call him Superman. You know, it seems like he seems like he has a very hard body, you know, and he's taking his time. I'd be worried about this type of fighter. You know, he's taking all his reads. He's trying to see how Drame reacts to all the little ticks he has to send to.
Now, are you noticing any patterns? Are you noticing perhaps either fighter setting a trap for the other?
So the thing that I'm taking note of right now is the stance switches being used by Sheriff Drame. He's fought equal parts orthodox and equal parts southpaw as we've gone into the 2 minutes and 30-second mark of this fight. So I'm curious to see if those different looks gain a reaction as he lands another low kick on the Superman.
We are seeing a high volume of low kicks in this one so far. Less than, oh, whoa! As I was just saying that, a low kick lands for the Superman Hanekom.
Oh boy, I was checking his videos and I said he's had a knockout from a leg kick. So yeah, we need to watch out for these leg kicks. And you also need to be careful. You need to watch out for a man who's not rushing his composure. And I could hear his corner shouting, good eyes, good eyes, good eyes. He's very focused right now and he's just taking his time.
We are seeing a switching stance now for Drame as well after that low kick.
Yeah, the thing is that when your leg gets chopped up that consistently, it's only natural for you to switch if you're able to fight bistantially. And that's what we're seeing now. It's hard to find your reach against someone who is throwing this much against you, especially when they are taller than you. But if there's anybody that can figure this out in the middleweight division, it's none other than Black Loop, Sheriff Drame.
Whoa, again, we're talking about the kicks being the, will I say, most used move in this fight so far. That kick lands flush for Hanekom against Drame.
Well, both men have identical reach, but like you pointed out, like Young Jollof pointed out, Hanekom is the taller man. So yeah, his legs are going to get there quicker, and they're going to get there before Drame. And now the first takedown attempt.
An attempted takedown by the Superman on the Black Loop. Hanekom on Sheriff Drame. We mentioned earlier on that the signature kick of this, signature move of this first round has been the kick. Less than a minute to go. Your thoughts on that exchange, Edache?
Chad Hanekom, of course, is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I was curious to see what would happen if he tried to switch the looks. Took a single leg takedown, transitioned to the double underhooks on defense, and now we're back in. The cardiovascular activity will go up as a result of that, and we're going to see how it plays out.
The shot selection from Hanekom just a few moments ago was really impressive, and we are less than 40 seconds to go in the first round of this middleweight encounter between Hanekom in the blue corner, a nice kick landing, and of course Sheriff Drame in the red corner. Less than 30 seconds to go. Hugo, what would you be doing in this fight if you were either of the fighters?
He's getting a big reaction from that leg kick, and it's helping him to set up other things, you know, like that. So if I was Hanekom, I'd invest in the leg kicks. They're working. He's not in a rush. He's not in a hurry. He's just chipping at him. And so far, so good.
Less than 10 seconds to go in the first round. It is between the Superman, Chad Hanekom from South Africa in the blue corner, and Sheriff Drame. It is all over in the first round. And it flew by so fast. We were so engaged and engrossed in the exchange. Your thoughts on that, Edache?
Whenever you see high-level people fighting, it's almost like nothing is happening. But so much is happening in that first round. As we go into the replays now, you see Chad Hanekom. Whenever they both switched into that orthodox stance, Chad would go for the legs, or Sheriff Drame would do the same. Both men trying to find their range, both men trying to chop down that tree, as you can see. Low kicks, the main story of the first round.
Well, both men finding a lot of success. I would say for Sheriff Drame, what would give him the most confidence was being able to defend that takedown. But he needs to watch out for these tip kicks. He needs to stay away from kicking range. He needs to close the distance so he can get his hands going. Maybe land his devastating overhand, you know, but he needs to get closer to Chad. Not be in kicking range.
Clearly seen the shot selection from Chad Hanekom and, of course, Sheriff Drame. We said the signature move of this first round, you can clearly see where the kicks, 8 landed for Sheriff Drame, 8 as well for Chad Hanekom, and we can see perhaps maybe more the same in the second round as here we go. Second round is up to a flying start, and wow, let's see what will happen. What do you think will happen in the second round, Edache?
So a lot of fighting is about pattern recognition, and a pattern that needs to be recognized is that whenever the left leg of Sheriff Drame goes to the front, aka when he goes into orthodox, that's when you see the low kicks being in use. So I'm curious to see if the southpaw look will create different reactions from his opponent.
Like you said earlier on, when you have 2 fighters who are incredibly skilled, fighting at the best, at the peak elite level, time goes by, a second attempted takedown, and oh no! What a wonderful reverse there by Drame!
Oh boy. I think that was his opportunity to get right up. You know, I wouldn't want to get in any of these exchanges with Hanekom. You know, he's a jiu-jitsu black belt. He's a big boy. He's really heavy, and I just wouldn't want to clinch with him, you know. I think Sheriff Drame would find a lot more success on his feet.
It was only a matter of time before we got this takedown, and we are seeing it happening, perhaps a change of strategy from the Superman Chad Hanekom.
Right now, what Sheriff Drame needs to be prioritizing is getting back on his feet, as you see him do. But he can't give him his back. However, if he can straighten up, Chad can fall over from the front, which is what we've just seen. Now, he needs to defend that hand, 2-on-1 grip on one hand, to defend that rear naked choke. Otherwise, this fight is over.
It looks like Chad Hanekom has the rear naked choke. Oh my God, he has it hooked in. He has it hooked in, and it's all over. It's all over as Chad, the Superman Hanekom, has defeated via submission, rear naked choke on Sheriff Drame. Hugo, your thoughts?
Welcome to Nigeria, Mr. Chad Hanekom, aka the Superman. Impressive performance. He never seemed in a hurry. You know, always had a game plan, kept on chipping at his opponent. And anytime Sheriff Drame thought they were in a striking battle, he would shoot for a takedown. And he finally found some success.
While we're in the middle of analyzing the action in the second round, it happened. That switch from perhaps the kicks to grappling, the ground game, re-establishing the position of dominance, getting on the back of Sheriff Drame, and we just knew once he had that hooked in, it's game over.
It is game over. The thing is, this is mixed martial arts. The key word there is mixed. If you can mix it up, your chances of success grow exponentially. And you saw him mix it up, and he cinched that W. Excellent work from Chad the Superman Hanekom.
Excellent work indeed from Chad the Superman Hanekom. This was action from this fight, the 5th fight in the middleweight division here in the African Knockout Championship. This was in the first round. However, as the fight will continue, both fighters with amazing shot selections from kicks to punches to hooks to jabs, eventually there will be a switch, and for the first successful takedown, we had the submission. Your thoughts?
I mean, he didn't throw too many shots, and he did not throw too many combinations. Oh, there we have it. What we thought was a reversal. At this point, if I was Drame, I'd be fighting for my second underhook, and I'd be trying to get away from this guy, you know. I don't want to be in any of these, you know, engagements with him. And at this point, I just think Drame should have been focused on protecting his neck instead of just trying to get up like a table, you know.
So, as we see, the rear naked choke really deep. What Sheriff Drame should have been doing here was seeking for a 2-on-1 grip on one hand so as to defend the choke. It's defense first, then you can go focus on offense. But Chad Hanekom already had that choke in deep, and you saw the outcome.
Obviously, looking at the stats now for the fight, again, the takedowns being the where it all changed, to be honest, for both fighters, as Chad Hanekom would get that submission victory. The rear naked choke hold on Sheriff Drame, and Hugo, it was game over. It was all she wrote.
I mean, Sheriff Drame never fought the hands. I mean, towards the end of the sequence, he never fought the hands. He never really focused on trying to defend his neck. But it was nice to see both men show some respect after the end of the fight. Nice show of sportsmanship, you know.
For Chad Hanekom, this is a very important victory all the way from South Africa. For him here in the middleweight division in the African Knockout Championship, And as for Sheriff Drame, it's called licking your wounds. It wasn't as if he was ever, will I say, bullied or dominated in this fight. It was just when they went to the ground that perhaps Chad Hanim had the upper hand. We can see the tattoo of Superman on his right arm. There you have it, super strength. And I think at this point in time, we're heading over to ringside for the official announcement of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner. After 1 minute 39 seconds of the second round, here is a winner by rear naked choke, Chad Superman Hanim.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with the winner of this middleweight bout, none other than Chad the Superman Hanim. What was the game plan going into this fight?
First of all, what's up, Lagos? You got a new prince in town, baby. To be honest, there wasn't too much of a game plan. I'm a very well-rounded mixed martial artist, so the game plan was to feel and assess what my opponent was going to bring. He's a very worthy opponent, high caliber, as much experience as me, so it was always going to be an even contest. I had to stay composed, take my time, feel out the environment, my first time fighting here, so it's been lovely.
You said something really important, feeling out the environment. What was it like fighting in Nigeria for the first time?
It was amazing. To come down back to the African roots. I'm South African, so we're all the same. It was just a different climate from Johannesburg, but other than that, it's just another day in the office for me.
Just another day in the office. We saw that first round, really calculated start. Both of you throwing those low kicks, both of you striking, till eventually you mixed it up because it's mixed martial arts. But what was going through your mind? Did you see something that surprised you from your opponent?
No, nothing surprised me. I knew he was going to throw big power. He was going to try to throw his overhand. He was going to throw big left kicks, leg kicks, and left high kicks. But I pieced him up on the feet just to show him who's daddy. And then after that, I took him down into my world because street jitsu always wins, baby.
Jiu-jitsu is the secret formula. One more thing. Do you have any words for your people back home in Johannesburg, South Africa?
I have a massive support base and a community at Quan Vessels in Johannesburg. Thank you to every single person who puts their body on the line for me every day, all the time, all the rounds. All my people back at the fort, and then of course, most importantly, my family, my coaches. Yeah, it's nice to be back in here, nice to get the W, and it's lovely to be a part of AKO.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your middleweight bout, Chad the Superman Hanim.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
Money point, exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just used my money point card to pay.
Service or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
We promised you an incredible night of mixed martial arts action, and we intend to deliver. So far, so good. 5 fights down, and we've given you the best of mixed martial arts in Africa. Peter Godfrey, very much in the company of Hugo, the Funk Daddy or Funk Master, and Edache Young Jollof. And I think you have something special to tell our lovely viewers.
Well, the thing I want to point out from that last fight is how jiu-jitsu levels the playing field in mixed martial arts. If you have not covered your bases in that particular aspect of the sport, specifically with the grappling, it can be a little difficult to make it out of that cage without getting something broken or something choked. And Chad, the Superman Hanim, on his debut, showed us why having that in your pocket is a superpower.
Well, what else again is in the pocket of Edache is also to remind our viewers about something on social media. I'm not too sure, is it YouTube or something? You have to tell them on YouTube?
Are we talking about our YouTube feed
the live
and
stream.
people?
There we go.
So it's important for everyone to remember, you can catch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/The AKO Show. Find us there, watch all our bouts live. We are 5 fights in. So that's 6, 7, 8, and 9. 4 bouts left before all of this is over. And it's only going to get better because the quality and the skill level only gets higher as we approach the main event.
Now, of course, the 3 golden rules of YouTube, of course, is like, share, and subscribe. Thank you very much. Hugo, the Funk Daddy, Funk Master.
That's me.
You are having a great time.
Of course
but we saw the best display of tactics, patience, and execution in our last fight between Hanim the Superman and the Black Loop Sheriff Drame.
Well, the middleweight division, I'm sure Flex Moonway was watching this, and he's definitely been put on notice. Chad, the Superman, was so impressive. He's definitely going to shake up the whole division. Definitely. Everybody's going to be worried now, like, hey, he's definitely the man to watch out for, you know. So very nice to see him, and I just want to use this as an opportunity to thank our sponsors, Ace Global Depository, Money Point, and Green Hill for the wonderful gear and apparel.
Now, to revisit the fight we just saw, the 5th fight of the evening in the middleweight division, Hanim, again, like I said, in the first round, it was a bit tentative, where both fighters were trying to establish range. We saw lots of kicks from both sides. One of yours being more successful there by Chad Hanim, obviously taking down Sheriff Drame. But a switch in the second round. Dachi, you said it. You need that secret weapon in your arsenal. Striking is good. It's exciting. The fans will love it. But when it comes to the final stretch, you have to be able to have your ground game on an A+ level.
On an A+ level indeed. And that's what we saw Shad Hanekom do. Why fight your opponent on equal terms when you can make it your fight? And that's what we saw. The thing now is, I'm curious to see what this middleweight division ends up shaping into, as Hugo pointed out. You have Flex Moonway sitting at the top, largely unchallenged, beating every challenger. But then you see this man from Johannesburg, South Africa, come out, strike proficiently, deliver his work, and end with a solid rear naked choke in the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, that was beautiful to watch, and I can't wait to see more of him in the future.
Obviously, can't wait to see more of Shad Hanekom, the Superman. I mean, talk about being a crowd favorite, and he did the right thing. He came to Lagos and says, Lagos, what's up? If you don't pan out to the crowds, how will we like you? I think you should run for office. Hugo, your thoughts on what, Edache said about the middleweight division? Shad Hanekom putting everybody on notice, especially the man at the top.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the leveler. When we saw a Flex go up against Danameka Big Shark, and even when he went up against Ogunoiki, what he seemed to have over them was his size in the middleweight division and his grappling ability. So this is very interesting now. It's going to be so beautiful to see what it will be like. I mean, we don't know if he's going to face Chad yet, or but it's interesting. It really is.
The prospects indeed is very, very bright. We're looking forward to potential enticing matchups here, of course, in the African Knockout Championship. It's time for us to take a look at our next fight, and this time around, we'll step down from the middleweight to the featherweight division. This is fight number 6 of the evening, and again, for the second fight in a row, no Nigeria makes an appearance to show you how truly Pan-African we really are here in the African Knockout Championship. It is Andre Mukisi from Luanda, Angola, taking on a fan favorite here on AKO from Casablanca, Morocco, Faout Youssef. Edache, from the tail of the tape, how can you separate these two? We have one man with more of the reach in Andre Mukisi. However, a man who has more experience will be the Moroccan Faout Youssef.
So the thing we observed from Andre Mukisi the last time he fought was that he perhaps was not the most technical or proficient striker. However, he was able to take the fight to the ground. Matter of fact, me watching it from the side then, it felt more like he was more comfortable being on the ground than striking with his opponent then. I believe that was Emmanuel Bernard. Hugo, you can remind me. So the thing now is, this is the first fight this evening where we have two people who are proficient grapplers. Usually when you see that happen, the grappling can cancel it out from each man. But it looks like we just might see Faout Youssef take the same approach that the lady Mandasana from Casablanca, Morocco took earlier. And it's any man's guess how that's going to go.
Listen, as we said earlier on, every fight we have on our fight card is main event caliber, and this is no different. Without any further ado, we'll hand you over to the ringside for the announcements for our 6th fight here in the African Knockout Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way right now, on to the ring, Andre Hammer Blanca Mukisi. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Casablanca, Morocco, making his way into the ring right now, failed Super Saiyan Youssef! Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute, 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Featherweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Luanda, Angola, Andre Amablanca Mukisi. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a wrestler and a grappler with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Casablanca, Morocco, failed Super Saiyan Youssef. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda.
Fighters, please come. You know the rules, so obey my commands. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves if you want to. Go back to your corners. Go back to your corner. Go back to your
corner. Ready. Fight.
Here we go, and a fiery start for this fight in the featherweight division. Mukisi from Angola in the blue corner, taking on Youssef from Morocco in the red corner. Edache, before the fight started, we saw Mukisi punching the mat repeatedly. Smart strategy, or is that the best way to intimidate your opponents?
Good way to intimidate your opponent, but something that just caught my eye to show that he was not intimidated was Faout Youssef using his left leg to check that right kick thrown by Andre Mukisi. As we see Andre Mukisi throw another low kick and miss. Hugo, is there something that we're missing? Both men in the southpaw and orthodox stance. What do you think? What do you think is happening?
Boy, Mukisi, oh boy, oh my days. Super Saiyan. He's definitely an entertainer, definitely a crowd pleaser, you know. Andre Mukisi came out with some explosive power, boy, like he was throwing those kicks with a lot of bad intention. He's called the Panther, and I expect him to move with a lot of poise and some deceptive explosive power. But look at the Super Saiyan with a perfectly timed takedown.
Wow, as I was about to comment on the very quick pace of the fight so far, and then it just happened. The first takedown, which now leads to your theory of the fact that both fighters are very proficient on the mat.
Both men being proficient on the mat means that being on the ground changes the dynamics of everything. You're not going to have a one-sided wash. You're going to have Andre Mukisi defend himself from getting into that side control position, and we're going to have Fawad Youssef attempt to clear that left hand so as to create more leverage and control on Andre Mukisi's position. So good stuff so far, good stuff.
There's nothing more exciting than when you see two fighters who are game to give it 100%, who are ready to go toe-to-toe, blow for blow, and at this case, at this point in time, hold for hold. Hugo, you have a fighter in Youssef with just one win. The other fighter has two fights, one win and one loss. So slightly ever so, as the case is, Mukisi has just a slight advantage in terms of experience. But would that amount to anything in this fight?
Well, both fighters are just coming off a W, so they'll want to maintain the momentum, you know. But I'd say the Super Saiyan, he had performance of the night the last time he was out here. So I'm sure with his confidence on a high, he would want to give us another perfect display of mixed martial arts, and he finds himself in another dominant position, and he's not in a hurry. He shouldn't be.
Now, of course, Youssef made his debut here in AKO, his pro debut. So every fight he has had so far has been, of course, only here in the African Knockout Championship. So you can say he's our boy, more or less. But Andre Mukisi now, Edache, how does he come out of this position? Because from the way I can see it, and a forearm to the face doesn't seem like you are in pole position.
The forearm to the face is to create separation because he's already in the half guard position. You can see now he's in full mount. He had been working on that from the moment they went to the floor. He was just trying to clear it, and now Andre Mukisi gives him his back. Hugo, walk us through this transition process on the floor.
Oh, another arm bar. He's trying to make this his signature sub. But Mukisi is out. Good arm bar defense there from Mukisi. And the thing, I think what was most important there was Fawad Youssef had his back for a moment there, but he was wise to it, answered the phone and kept his neck safe, making Fawad Youssef go directly for the arm bar, which I think Mukisi was wise to it.
We can kind of see that Youssef seems to have this special expression to almost taunt Mukisi and say, come on, I'm on the floor, what's your next move?
So Mukisi made a critical error there by trying to strike to the head. That's a soccer kick that missed, and you could see the reaction on Youssef's face, like, oh, dude, what are you doing? However, that didn't pay dividends, and now they're back on the floor. I'm curious to see if Andre Mukisi can escape the guard of Fawad Youssef and create some dominant positions as we go into the last 35 seconds of this first round.
Listen, gentlemen, you have to be here in the Monarch Center here in Lekki to see the audience, the crowd feed off the energy of these two gladiators right now in the cage. So far, so good. Hugo, who would you say has had the advantage in this first round? Whoa!
Oh, boy. It's been such an explosive fight so far. And you can see why Youssef is such a crowd favorite, boy. He comes with that high-octane stuff. But, hey, Mukisi is playing dirty, man. I saw him try to kick Youssef in the head when Youssef was on his back. He's just keeping his fight dirty. He has that dog in him, you know, and just trying to win.
It is over. The first round, a fiery first round has gotten the crowd engaged and on their feet. Edache, what a round.
What a round indeed. We saw both men strike. We saw both men go to the ground. Both men had their backs, and we saw what they can do when they are under pressure. As you see the replays on the screen right now, low kick thrown, low kick missed. That happened twice in the first round, with one low kick being checked by Fawad Youssef. Fawad Youssef is a showman. Solid head kick attempt from Mukisi, and then the spinning back fist landing in retaliation.
Ever so slightly, more or less grazed the jaw or chin of Andre Mukisi. But when they went to the ground, Hugo, who do you feel had the better of the exchange on the mat?
Wow. Once they got to the mat, I'd say Fawad Youssef seemed like a fish in water. He seemed like the more comfortable fighter. He just kept on transitioning from submission attempt to submission attempt. And Mukisi is definitely on notice.
Obviously, Edache, strike strong. We are moments away from the second round kicking off, but you can clearly see that it's more or less pretty even Steven. Certain areas favor a fighter while the other one seems to be lacking the other one. But second round, how do you see it turning out as we are seconds away from the start of the second round?
Now we need to see who is able to make those split-second adjustments. They both felt themselves on the feet. They both felt themselves on the ground. It's now about who can lull the other into a false sense of security and switch it up. Let's see how it goes.
Second round, a hammer blow landing on the neck of Youssef. However, exchanges of kicks from both fighters. Youssef in the red corner representing Morocco, Mukisi in the blue corner representing Angola from Luanda. Second round, sixth fight in the featherweight division here, AKO 6. Final eliminator. Hugo, again, we've seen that very fiery start. It's almost like there's this saying we have in Lagos, Nigeria. Hit me, I hit you, man, no go vex. And we are seeing that happening, lots of exchanges from both fighters.
Well, Mukisi is not throwing that many strikes, but every strike he throws with reckless intent and reckless abandon. He wants to damage. I don't know. He's hitting Youssef like Youssef is the wall, and he's a hammer just trying to break it down. You know. But I don't know. Coming into this second round, Youssef is looking like the fresher of both fighters. I don't like how Mukisi has his mouth open, and he seems to be breathing out of his mouth. You know. I don't know if he's tired or something, but.
Obviously, will stamina be a factor in this? As Hugo highlighted, Mukisi seems to have his mouth a bit open, perhaps showing sign of fatigue.
So the thing is that the longer this fight goes at this pace, the more you will see the cardiovascular capacity of both men being tested. And you can see that Faut Youssef appears to be the more comfortable person. But now they go straight to the ground, and it's important to see what adaptations can be made from this position by both men.
His nickname is Arma Blanca. That is Drame from Luanda in Angola. On the flip side, you have our very own, Youssef, who is known as Super Saiyan. If you are proficient with anime and or manga, you know that's from the famous anime known as Dragon Ball Z. Now, when you go Super Saiyan, is when you have gone to the absolute peak of your physical and or attacking form as a fighter. We are waiting for Youssef to go Super Saiyan.
Well, to be honest, he seems very comfortable where he is. He seems very comfortable in his back. He has one of the butterfly hooks in. And I think he might be looking for a sweep. He's just controlling his opponent, controlling his head. He's not letting Mukisi frame, and he can't post, so Mukisi cannot get his ground and pound going. And he needs to be careful because I think Youssef is trying to set up a triangle. I see he has his right foot. Oh, here we go.
The scars of battle already showing on both fighters. They are feeling the pace, and he's going for another submission maneuver. Your thoughts on this, Adache?
So the tail of the tape after the first round was a bit deceptive. If you see it, you think it's only a striking battle, but it doesn't account for the work that was being done on the ground. As Hugo rightly pointed out, Faut Youssef was creating separation in order to create a triangle attempt. Mukisi, being no slouch himself, was wise to it, created his own separation, and now we're right back in. But the thing is, the longer they are in this position, you can only imagine that both men get more tired. And if Mukisi was looking tired before they went to the ground, your guess is as good as mine as to how he's doing right now.
Now, we have to be very honest with the fact that both fighters have shown an incredible amount of awareness to either counter each other's maneuvers to more or less look like we are having a stalemate. Less than 2 minutes to go in the second round, and both fighters seem as if they are just where they were in status quo in terms of this fight not looking like anybody having the advantage.
It's an incredibly close fight. I would not want to be a judge. I don't envy the judges. It's a really, really close fight to call. But I can tell you what, this round, I'd say this round is going to Mukisi. He seems like the more dominant fighter in this round, and he's just managing. He's not looking for a submission. He's not really trying to pass Youssef's guard and get into a better position. But he's just controlling him, just keeping him here, and he's trying to win the round.
45 seconds left in this second round. It's important to understand that both men right now, it's equal in the eyes of the judges, but the position that Drame Mukisi is in appears to be more dominant. He's on top, he's being active, the ref isn't getting in the way, and if we get to the end of this round while he's in this position, the judges just might give it to him.
Obviously, it is a matter of the discretion of our judges in terms of calling the fight. but it's far from over. Less than 10 seconds to go in the second round. This might just be the only second fight that might go into the third round in the AKO 6 so far this evening, to tell you how we've had an exciting evening. But focus back on Andre Mukisi and Fouad Youssef. It's looking like a stalemate as the second round has come to an end. Hugo, your thoughts on the second round?
Well, from the body language, I think Mukisi won that round, to be honest. He managed the round well and just did what he needed to do to make sure he finished on top. But from their body language, Fouad Youssef, you know, he seemed ready to stay standing during the break. Mukisi looks tired, you know, but who knows? He might just be playing possum. He's been really explosive and he's been dangerous all night. So let's see how the third round goes.
Do we see a switch in strategies now in that shape? We've seen the ground game. Do we go back to being on our feet and see if striking might be the answer to make a separation between these two fighters?
So the thing now is that Fouad Youssef played possum in that second round. He accepted that his back was to the floor and he just chose to be safe, which is an okay strategy, seeing as the first round was so close. But you see now, even if he landed more strikes in the second round, by virtue of the fact that his back was on the floor, the judges might not rule it in his favor. However, as we go into the third round, both men have one more opportunity to cinch it.
It's all to do for both fighters in the final round of this featherweight encounter. In the blue corner, being from Angola, Luanda to be precise, it is Andre Mukisi, known as Arma Blanca, taking on the man from the red corner from Morocco, from Casablanca, known as Super Saiyan in Fouad Youssef. Oh, wow, there's a bit of a slip there from Youssef, but obviously he's fine.
That was such a good tip. Nice push kick from Fouad Youssef to Mukisi's midriff, but Mukisi seemed to take it well, and both men just exchanging leg kicks right now.
Now we have seen both fighters in tremendous physical condition and fantastic physical shape, and they seem like they can even go around. But a kick that landed, however, Youssef shrugged it and saying, nope, that has no effect on me.
That left body kick and left high kick, and you see the left high kick again landing, but he used it a little too much, and now he has his back to the floor. We saw them in this position in the first round, and Mukisi was unable to create a reversal opportunity. So if Fouad Youssef can control him, you just might be seeing his path to victory with his legs locked in the cage. The referee saying no, none of that.
There's a cut.
Somebody's bleeding bad, and I think that's
we are not too sure who it is.
Woo, that is Fouad Youssef.
Fouad Youssef has a nasty cut, and that doesn't look so good.
Oh boy, that was definitely from one of the head kicks, and that's what happens when Shin connects to the dome. And boy, he's showing you how game bred he is, man. The boy is game bred, and this is what we came here for, man. This is mixed martial arts, high octane stuff. He's digging deep, and this is definitely a big test for him. Can he weather this storm? Because Mukisi is going for the finish, right?
Mukisi smells literal blood. But the thing is, you don't want to blow out your gas tank because you smell blood. Because I'm looking at the face of Fouad Youssef. He might be bleeding, but he's still very present and attentive in there. So it's curious to see how this is going to pan out.
1 minute done in, I should say 2 minutes done now in the final round. Remember, before this round started, I asked you perhaps, is it time to switch strategies to go to a striking game? And so far, so good. Before the takedown, the striking seemed to have favored Mukisi. We have a cut.
Wole! What a beautiful reversal, man. So I'll tell you what happened there, yeah? Mukisi got a bit complacent, and he was too linear and staying too high. His chest was way too high up, and he had his knees underneath the armpits of Youssef. Compromised his balance, and it was an easy sweep at the end of the day.
Now this is literally a bloody affair. However, you talk about the crowd being invested in this display of incredible fighting from both fighters. I can tell you it's an understatement because everybody is on their feet. This is where it all matters. How are you calling this third round, Edache?
Right now, Ironically, I'm giving this third round to Faoud Youssef simply because of the positional advantage. He's inside control right now. He cleverly cleared the legs of Andre Mukisi, and we only have 1 minute and 50 seconds left. If he can maintain this dominant position, you just might see the judges giving him the first and the third, because the second was very clearly in Andre Mukisi's favor.
We do have to apologize to our viewers if you're a bit squeamish and you're seeing a lot of blood. It is part of the fight game. However, with that being said, we are seeing both fighters trying to establish dominance on the mat. What needs to happen now? Less than a minute, 20 seconds to go, Hugo.
Well, ideally, Faoud Youssef will be looking for a mount, but I don't think he wants the mount, man. He wants to let his elbows go. He wants his own pints of blood back, you know. I think he's going to stay inside control, and he's going to try and establish a frame on the neck so he can get his elbows going and just try and cut Mukisi back. But he needs to be careful so he doesn't get swept. Oh, he went to the full mount.
Full mount transition there.
We go.
And you see the thing with having Faoud Youssef in the mount position like this is that all that blood that we were screaming about gets to bleed onto his opponent's face, further impeding their vision as Andre Mukisi gives him his back.
Well, we are seeing that the match is a bit slippery now because of the copious amount of blood. However, less than 40 seconds to go. Youssef seems to be piling on the pressure now. Mukisi seems to be in trouble. Can he come back? And wow, this is incredible. Amazing action. Less than 28 seconds to go. Final round here in the featherweight division. My goodness, I am about to lose my breath.
20 seconds left. Faoud Youssef fighting the fight of his life right now, keeping the pressure on his opponent despite the cut and the bleeding. And that's why this man is here. He didn't come here to compete, he came here to dominate. And Andre Mukisi is getting every bit of that action right now.
In about 3 seconds, this fight will be over, and I can assure you the crowd will explode in appreciation of what we have just witnessed. What a fight between Andre Mukisi and Faoud Youssef. I have Hugo still giving a round of applause, but I will need you to get back on commentary duties. Your thoughts on this fight?
Oh boy, that was a big show of tenacity from both fighters, man. Faoud Youssef had his head split open. It looks like an axe hit him in the head, you know, and he dug deep and he stayed in the kitchen. He gave the people what they came here for, entertainment. The crowd is on their feet. Everybody's loving this, and I mean, he's giving the cleaners a lot of work to do. You can see them running around there with the mops because there's so much blood on the mat.
Well, there you have it. Let me get your impressions before you have to go ringside now for your post-match interview. Your thoughts on this?
I think we just watched a classic. This is a fight that they are going to use to make highlights for events to come. Faoud Youssef, only his second time on the AKO championship and showing people why he's deserving of their attention. However, Andre Mukisi, no slouch either. Jonathan Euro, his coach, celebrating with him. It's important to remember that despite how you scored it, the final decision lays in the hands of the judges, and any moment now we will find out what they have decided.
Talking about the judges that we have Hugo Ugonna, Femi Oshontolu, Solomon Bassi, and of course Austin Joda, who are the judges. And that was it. That perhaps was where that cut came from. That kick from...
I think that was the one. I think that was the one.
This was it.
And it was actually from a knee. Oh.
Getting to the head of Youssef.
I tell you what, if you look down the middle of my forehead, you will see a big gash. And that's exactly how it happened to me. So, yeah, welcome to the club, Faoud Youssef.
That kick landing for Andre Mukisi was obviously a game changer because it cut open Faoud Youssef.
But Faoud Youssef staying present, having that presence of mind to still cinch that reversal and turn a bad situation into a good one. Some people are miracle workers, and we just saw both men do that on the cage.
Remarkable fight, remarkable end to an encounter and a bout that showcased through both men's great determination and obviously a will to survive. The judges will decide who the winner of this particular fight is. However, we can all agree that both men put it out on the line. Talk about blood, sweat, and tears.
Yes,
he literally had that in this featherweight encounter between Andre Mukisi and Faoud Youssef.
They left it all out there, man. They definitely left it all out there. And look at this, man. Look at these stats. 58 out of 88 punches thrown landed. Oh boy, these guys came at each other, you know, and I'm sure there's, oh, there you go, show of respect and showmanship. Because you can't do this and not have respect for each other. It's crazy, absolutely crazy, what we came here for.
Like we said earlier on, as earlier advertised, this is the showcase of the best MMA fighters on the great continent of Africa. We were not mincing words when we said that every single fight we had on the card tonight is a main event caliber encounter. And we're not going to waste any more time. At this point in time, I think the judges are still trying to collect the results.
Yep.
You can clearly see them very, very busy
it's
right
that
there.
Difficult.
And
it
of course,
is.
once that is done, we'll head over to ringside for the official announcement. But in the meantime, again, this was one heck of a fight. At this point, we'll head over to the ring now for the official result of this bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we have a winner by unanimous decision. Failed Super Saiyan Youssef!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with the winner of your featherweight bout, a warrior bleeding in the middle of the cage, none other than Faoud Youssef. Faoud Youssef, what did you expect from your opponent this evening, and did he meet your expectations?
Youssef, il demande qu'est-ce que tu attendais de ton adversaire?
Vraiment, j'étais envie de le casser, mais vraiment, je l'ai trouvé, il est bien, mais toujours Super Saiyan qui gagne là.
He really surprised me. I didn't know he was that good on the ground, but he's a good fighter.
Nothing but respect, of course. And now, as this fight is over, we're wondering, what is next for the Super Saiyan?
En ce moment, cette combat vient de finir. Quelle est ton prochaine étape? Qu'est-ce que tu penses pour ton prochaine étape?
Je veux dire, à mon combat de demi-finale là, regarde, tu frappes fort, j'aime le son, mon frère.
Okay, my next, I want to go for the semi-final, and he hit hard. I like blood, so I'm going for the semi-final.
Ladies and gentlemen, he says he likes blood, so this is nothing new for him. He said before this fight that he had a message for the person on the top of the featherweight division. That is none other than our KO master. I can't remember his name right now. But I imagine that as we move forward, Musasa, what comes next? Are we cooking something special?
Comme tu as dit, tu avais un message pour lui qui est sur le top de cette catégorie, Musasa. Quel est le message que tu peux lui envoyer?
Je te frappe rapidement que cette combat. Tu vas perdre rapidement avant cette combat. Là, c'est 3 rounds, mais la prochaine fois, il ne va pas être 3 rounds. va plus rapide que ça. Soit 3 secondes, soit 3 minutes maximum. Bisous.
He's saying that, yes, the top in this division is Musasa. Today he went for 3 rounds, but he promised you guys when you get up there, it won't going to be any more 3 rounds. The least he can do 1 or 2 rounds, that will be it.
And to close, do we have any message from your people back home in Casablanca, Morocco?
Quel est le message que tu as pour ton peuple au pays, Casablanca?
Français en même temps. كنشكر بزاف صحابي وخوتي ووالديا وكاع الناس اللي مسيبورتيني في البلاد. Et je remercie aussi mon coach Sami du Casablanca et ma team Gym Factory. Et je remercie trop mon coach de Marseille, Papi, et mes amis Bader, Ahmed, Salvo, Hassou, Chou. Et je veux dire, Tidedi Dada, Youssef Hada.
Say I give a shout out to all my fans in Casablanca, Morocco, and those in Marseille, France, my gym, my coach, my family. Big thanks to all my supporters and all my fans. A shout out to all of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warrior, Faouz Youssef.
Et je veux remercier tous qui ici, qui m'ont supporté là. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you, my brother. Même si on fait la guerre, on est toujours des frères parce que ça, c'est un art martial et le meilleur qui gagne. Merci les amis.
Ladies and gentlemen, Faouz Youssef.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my money point card to pay.
Service or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
What an incredible event we've had so far, the African Knockout Championship. Welcome back from that commercial break. Victor Godfrey very much in the company of Edache and Hugo, and we have been covering every single minute of AKO 6, the final eliminator, or better still, the first semi-final, and it has been incredible. I'll speak French for a minute. Magnifique. Now let's take a look at the last fight that we had in the featherweight division. Youssef from Morocco was victorious. However, Mukisi from Angola gave him a run for his money. It was a fight that had both fighters more or less look very even. It went the distance for the second time only here in AKO 6. Your thoughts on this one? We had that massive cut in the third round. However, did the right man win?
I think the right man won. However, if you chose to score that in the direction of the Angolan, I would still not have any issues. This was an excellent fight, high-level mixed martial arts action, and you even heard Youssef admit that he was not expecting his opponent to be as good as he was on the ground. So no complaints from me whatsoever.
No complaints whatsoever. Hugo, obviously, are you still in the same line of thought with Edache, or you have a different point of view?
Oh boy, it was close. It was close, man. This was definitely a dog fight. Two dogs just in there, ready to leave it all out there in the cage. They gave it all, and it was such a good fight to watch. Definitely a hard decision for the judges to call, but I mean, I think they made the right decision at the end of the day.
Now, a telling moment in this fight was definitely that cut. It was, like I said, if you're a bit squeamish, please bear with us. But again, it's part of the fight game.
Have you ever heard the term, if you don't like heat, get out of the kitchen?
Well,
I don't know who would come watch a fight and be squeamish about blood.
Hey, listen, we do have some lovely ladies in the audience. We have lovely ladies watching back at home. Some people just don't like blood, it's just what it is. However, it was a telling moment. But we have to also look at the other fights that took place in case you missed it. This was the sixth fight, but we had the fourth fight. Moroccan also getting the victory. Manda Sana defeating Teresa Ajiboye in the women's bantamweight division via submission. A wonderful armbar, by the way. Our next fight had Chad Hennecum, again the Superman, defeating Sheriff Drame from Benin Republic. Of course, Chad Hennecum playing so well with the Lagos audience, winning that victory, ending that victory via submission. And of course, our last fight was a unanimous decision in favor of Fawaz Youssef, as he defeated Andre Mukisi. So far so good from that block. Hugo, what fight was most impressive? Was it the second fight between Chad Hennecum and Sheriff Drame? Was it the last fight we just saw now? Or was it the first fight in the women's bantamweight division in that particular block that was most impressive for you?
Boy, every fight has been hot cake, firecracker. But I'd have to say it was the last fight we just watched. The last fight we just watched, Youssef versus Mukisi, that was just intense, high-octane stuff. And then we finally got to see some blood. Don't lie, you MMA addicts, you junkies of violence. You know you like the little blood. You know you did.
Well, it was obviously a bloody encounter, literal sense of it. But now, if you think that was intense, we do have 3 more remarkable bouts to look forward to, including the main event of the evening. First off, in our third block in tonight's fight card, from Ghana, we have Richard Aisedo, one of the most, prominent fighters we have here in the African Knockout Championship, taking on Cornell Thompson in the lightweight division. Then we have 2 Nigerians going head-to-head in the middleweight division as Odogu Isaac taking on Yahuza in the middleweight division here in the AKO Championship. And of course, not forgetting the big one, the smiling assassin, Jacquiel Ayana, taking on Ananias Mulumba from the DRC in the featherweight division. I have to ask you guys, barring the main event, what other fights are you looking forward to in this block? Over to you, Edache.
Well, I've been saying it all week. Richard King Boyka Asiedu from Accra, Ghana, versus Cornell, the Marine boxer Thompson from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, is a sleeper banger. That's a fight that will deliver fireworks if you know what you're looking for. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a classic matchup. MMA grappler practitioner versus your classic kickboxer stand-up striker. I can't wait to see how that one goes. And thanks be to God, it's the next fight on the card.
Traditionally speaking, fireworks are reserved for the new year or for massive celebrations, but we have fireworks right now in a fight.
AKO 6 is a massive celebration.
It's a
massive celebration, yeah. And here we go with the tail of the tape. Oh boy, everybody knows Cornell Thompson. And then Richard Asiedu coming off from a very nice and impressive win with the ground and pound. But we all know about Cornell. You know, Cornell is game bred and he can go the distance. You know, if this goes all 3 rounds, my money will be on Cornell.
Well, what was a very jovial face-off yesterday in terms of both fighters it was a bit intense, but they were smiling to the camera, waving, giving signs, and performing their signature moves in terms of how they celebrate with their fans. But obviously, we all know that once the bell rings, all that pleasantry will just go out of the window, and it's be intense. Who has the advantage in this one, Edache?
To be honest, the only person that can answer that for us are the two men stepping in the cage as we go into our 7th fight of the evening. Off to Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the ring all the way from Ghana, make some noise for Richard King Boyka Asaidu. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, making his way into the ring, make some noise for Panel, the Marine Boxer, Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Lightweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Accra, Ghana, Richard King Boyka Asaidu. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a boxer and a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 9 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Colonel the Marine Boxer Thompson. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Watcher.
Okay, gentlemen, you both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. When he says stop, you stop. Shake hand if you like. Okay.
Wow.
You stay there, okay?
Talk about a way to set the tone for this one.
You ready? Let's go.
And off we go. Lightweight division. It is between, in the blue corner, Richard Asaidu King Boyka is his nickname, and Cornell Thompson in the red corner from Nigeria, known as the Marine Boxer. And already we are up to a flying start for the Ghanaians.
Excellent work, shooting for that takedown, running the pipe, turning the corner, and then getting that outside trip on the leg, then transitioning into full mount. However, Cornell, the Marine Boxer Thompson, reversed the position because this is a location of the fight that he is very well versed in, the ground. Let's see how it goes.
Obviously, representing Nigeria from Port Harcourt, the Marine Boxer, full of experience, 9 victories, and of course he has that power in him, 2 KO victories. Obviously, he seems to be very proficient right now on the mat.
Boy, Asiedu, I thought he might go for the head kick because the last time we saw Cornell Thompson in any serious trouble was in his last fight where he got hit in the head by a beautiful head kick by James Opio. So I'm not surprised to see Asiedu try and take the head of the Marine Boxer off. What surprised me was him trying to take the fight to the Marine Boxer's, I mean, bread and butter, which is the ground, you know. So he must be very comfortable and confident in his own grappling ability. Oh, wow.
A flurry of attack from Asaidu, but Thompson kind of quells that fire and takes him down.
The problem with throwing high amplitude attacks such as those is that the recovery time afterwards leaves you to be countered. And that's what you saw the Marine Boxer do. Weathering that temporary storm, then reversing the position and taking it to the ground where he is more dominant.
Remarkable composure from Thompson when he was, of course, taking those 3 flurries of strikes from Asaidu to keep his composure while he was able to take him down. Well calculated from the Marine Boxer.
Yeah, what I'm also most impressed with is how he doesn't let himself get so reversed. Let these positions get reversed so easily, you know. He has a very good way of maintaining his balance and having one free limb to post with and spreading his weight around, you know. So he's definitely going to stay on top of Asiedu. That's what the plan is here.
Obviously, we are less than 2 minutes away from the end of the first round, fight number 7, lightweight division, African Knockout Championship, final eliminator. It is Richard Asaidu from Ghana taking on Cornell Thompson, a rivalry actually that transcends MMA. It's actually also in music, it's also in fashion, also in food. You know, which jollof rice is better, Nigeria jollof rice or Ghana jollof rice?
The answer to that, of course, depends on who you ask. But the thing now is, as we're watching Cornell Thompson work through this position, the argument for which jollof rice is better starts to take a backseat because I imagine that Cornell Thompson is more concerned with clearing that right leg, taking it out from within the guard of Richard Asiedu and going into the full mount position. He probably wants to do that, then clear the hands and clear the head.
I've noticed a very aggressive start from Asaidu. However, Cornell Thompson seems to be very composed and hasn't been carried away with that initial flurry of attack and, of course, the aggression shown by Asaidu.
There's 2 things going on here, you know. It's a mental mind. I mean, it's a mind game and it's a physical battle as well. But I think Cornell is in no rush. He's in the half guard of Asiedu, and he's not really trying to pass that position because he seems comfortable there. He's peppering him up. He's keeping him frustrated, trying to take away some energy. And we just saw him attempt the Americana there. So he's definitely keeping Asiedu very honest on the ground.
Less than a minute to go in the first round, lightweight division between Richard Asiedu from Ghana, Accra, the hometown, taking on the man from Port Harcourt in Nigeria, Thompson. Obviously, we do know that our viewers watching back either at home or on the go are enjoying every bit of this, because it's again another rivalry between Nigeria and Ghana. Niger and Ghana. This is interesting to see. Would you rate this first round in terms of who has the better, let's say, exchange of the two fighters? In less than 20 seconds to go, how would you rate this?
I would rate it in favor of Cornell Thompson.
We do have
Cornell Thompson, and that's it.
It's over. It's all over. It is all over. Cornell Thompson, the Marine boxer, drops over the cage, right into the crowd. The crowd is in the frenzy as they are celebrating.
So much time, 23 seconds.
He was so quick with that transition interchange. He went to the right naked hold and he got the choke and got the submission.
Few things yield better results than consistency. He was consistent with that attack, always taking advantage of every opportunity to make sure his opponent his opponent was taken to the ground, and you saw it eventually pay dividends.
Hey, this was, I mean, like, we know what Cornell Thompson brings, but my only problem with Cornell was that you just control the opponent. You just keep him there. There was no submission attempts. He shot me up today. He went for the submission out there, rear naked choke, and that was such a beautiful finish. And what even makes it more beautiful was how much time he had left. It wasn't too much time, but it was just enough time, 27 seconds, and he made it happen.
You know, you called it that where you said that he is very proficient when it comes to the submission game. And how was Richard Asiedu complacent in the last few seconds of the first round?
I wouldn't say he was complacent. I just think that the outcome of the fight was determined by where the fight took place, and it took place predominantly on the ground, a place that Richard Asiedu traditionally is not very comfortable with.
Oh, we are seeing Richard Asiedu trying to do the takedown, and clearly we can see that Thompson showcased such amazing maturity and composure, even when he was facing this flurry of attacks.
Oh boy, Richard Asiedu definitely took it there. He's the younger fighter, and of course he has a very bright future ahead of him. This would have just been a very good learning curve. I mean, the Marine boxer is a Marine boxer for a reason, is a staple. And to be honest, I'm very happy for Cornell. He's been here long enough, and now he finds himself right in contention for the belt, for the championship. Happy for him, well deserved.
So now, I'm curious to see how this lightweight division will shape up. You have somebody like Cornell Thompson, who is a threat for anyone. Surging, he's made it into the playoffs, and only God knows what comes next.
Obviously, the Nigerian fans in the audience waving the green and white of Nigeria, showing their support for the Nigerian who just became victorious, fighting from the red corner in terms of Cornell Thompson, known as the Marine boxer. And at this point in time, we're heading over to ringside for the official announcement of this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 minutes 40 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by rear naked choke, Cornell, the Marine boxer, Thompson!
And gentlemen, I am with the winner of your bout in this lightweight division, none other than the Marine boxer, Thompson. Cornell, walk us through that fight.
For the fight, I have my own plan. Start easy, then if submission comes, submit him. Start easy, got him tired, go for KO or TKO.
Start easy, get him tired, submit him. Were you surprised by the fact that he tried to take you to the ground?
I'm not surprised, because the game, people keep improving. Me too, I'm improving. So I cannot be thinking that he's a striker, so he will not take me down. I'm prepared for anything, so I'm not surprised.
A real warrior. So now, is there anybody in this lightweight division that you have your eyes on now that you are going for these playoffs?
For this, I really appreciate AKO for the matchup between me and Dos Santos. I need to add that record to my record. So for this, thank you so much, AKO. I really appreciate it.
John Dos Santos being called out by none other than the Marine boxer. Marine boxer from PH City down to Lagos. Your words to, your thanks to.
My SATA go to my gym, my teammates, to my mom, dad, brothers and sisters, and mostly to Richard Muzan. This is for you. I nearly broke his teeth during training, so this one is for you.
Of course, Richard Muzan is the Shield, and he trains from the same camp as the Marine boxer. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in this lightweight division, the Marine boxer, Thompson.
Remarkable evening so far here in the African Knockout Championship, and it only promises to get better. We just saw a fight in the lightweight division between Richard Aseidu in the red corner representing Ghana, taking on Thompson from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, but he was victorious. It ended in a first round submission victory for the Nigerian, and already with such boldness he was calling out the top dog in the lightweight division, talking about the Black Panther, John Dos Santos.
That's an interesting call out. It seemed like he already had that one stored in his mind before coming here. John Dos Santos, let's see what the matchmakers do from the AKO. Will they give him that fight as we go into the playoffs? Only God will tell. But from this performance so far, do you see how he defended that first takedown attempt, Hugo? Saw the balance, saw him put his hands to keep himself above him, turned the position around, and that was it. That was all she wrote.
I mean, even how he gets the takedowns. He changed the takedown from a double leg, no success. He changes all the way to a single leg. He pivots. He's gonna get that sweep. He's gonna get that takedown. Big up to Thompson.
Well, again, we can go on and talk about this incredible bout, but we do have to take a word from our sponsors. And when we come back, it is still more, including the main event here on the African Knockout Championship.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity to compete on the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship. Musasas has been a standout with us here at his time at AKO with 7 wins, no losses, and all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. This man has put the work in, and now he gets his opportunity to show the whole world what he is made of. From all of us here at African Knockout, we want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
All right, this is AK06, and we are live here in Lagos, the Monarch Center in Lekki. Victor Godfrey, very much in the company all night long of the young Jollof. I guess Niger Jollof was the better one. Edache, and the Funk Master in the house, Hugo. Now, it has been an incredible night so far. Lots of incredible action. Hugo, I'm coming to you for this one. The last fight we saw, we just started the argument that Niger Jollof is better than Ghana Jollof. No offense.
I mean, that's not even an argument. We know whose Jollof is better. Hello. Hi.
Hey, listen, we are Pan-African here, no bias. But we do have the next fight to look forward to. It is in the middleweight division. You're laughing, Edache. Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because Hugo, being a lawyer, did not even say which Jollof was better. And you just ran with it, so that was beautiful.
Now it's battle between two Nigerians. Now it's Lagos and Port Harcourt. Odogu Isaac taking on Yahuza. And of course, both fighters are fighting in the middleweight division. The tale of the tape tells a unique story. Who has the advantage? A rich advantage for Odogu in the blue corner with 1.98 meters. And as for we do have Yahuza, who is a bit shorter in terms of his reach. How would that favor both fighters?
Well, Yahuza has a penchant for holding people and making them look like they are little children because of how strong and dense and conditioned that man is. However, Odogu Isaac comes from the same gym as Richard Asiedu and Muzan the Shield Richard. So you can tell that gym produces only high-level athletes, and we can only wait to see how the clash between both men plays out.
Without any further ado, we'll hand you over to the ringside for the announcements of this fight, the 8th fight here in AKO. And of course, we can't wait for this one, so enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the ring all the way from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Isaac Ricardo Chris Odogu. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Lagos, Nigeria, Yaya Smash Strong Yahuza. and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute, 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is an MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Isaac Ricardo Chris Cotto Odogu. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a grappler and a striker with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Lagos, Nigeria, Yaya Smash Strong Yahuza. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Watcher.
Okay, gentlemen, you both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. Keep it fair, keep it clean. Shake hand if you like. Go back to your corner.
You ready? You ready? Let's go.
This is arguably the blue ribbon division here in AKO, the middleweight division. And what a fiery start from both fighters. Isaac representing Lagos. Representing Port Harcourt in the blue corner, taking on Yahuza Yahaya representing Lagos. One is called Smile Strong in Yahaya, while Odogun Isaac is known as Ricardo Chris Cutter. Initial thoughts on this one, Hugo?
Well, Yahuza had been preparing for that scary Ivora Yao Kudiao Marcel, but unfortunately Yao Kudiao, I hope he's well, he couldn't make it today. However, we have Odogun Isaac, and this is the problem when you face a fighter you don't know much about, you know. He comes with the tools, you don't know what tools he has, and we just saw that from the way he started with that tip right to the jaw.
So we have Yahaya Yahuza in the full mount position right now. And this is something that is really scary about this man. He gets his hands on people and it just seems like all their strength evaporates from their body. Now, Odogun Isaac has shown us some high IQ reactions, putting his knee to guard against the full mount position, but still it wasn't enough as Yahuza continues to mount this relentless offense.
We can clearly say that Odogun Isaac is an unknown quantity given the fact that he was indeed a late replacement. But from what we can see so far, the fighter who seems to be in the better position seems to be Yahuza, who is a crowd favorite, like you said, everywhere he goes.
Well, he's slowly passing, and he's slowly passing that guard and he's trying to get into a better position. He's not in a rush, and he shouldn't be, you know. I've grappled with this guy, and I know I'm a bantamweight, but I'll tell you what, man, he's one of the strongest people I've ever met in my life. He's freakishly strong, and I can only imagine what Odogun Isaac is going through right there.
Obviously, the strength on display of Yahaya Yahuza.
So you see Yahaya Yahuza trying to clear to that left side. It appeared like he was trying to get into a head and arm choke, but then now Odogun Isaac trying to get his back up to his feet, and we see how we move forward in this first round.
Obviously, we saw the team of Yahaya Yahuza being a bit emotional. He gave a hug to one of his members of his team, and oh, whoa!
Haraya Goshi!
Lovely.
Oh my God, Haraya Goshi in Nogi in mixed martial arts. That was a beautiful head and arm toss, you know, but he's found himself in a triangle here. And like I said, we don't know much about Odogun. Nobody knows about his grappling repertoire. This is a beautiful, beautiful triangle attempt.
A lovely arm toss, as Hugo referred to. And we are going for that. Oh my God! The crowd loves that. The crowd goes wild, by the way. Edache, your thoughts?
Yahaya Yahuza, as Hugo pointed out, freakishly strong. There are very few people that can reverse a triangle position by slamming their opponent, not once, but twice, as we see Odogun Isaac getting out of the position
smart,
and going straight into the side control position by Yahaya Yahuza.
That was very smart from Isaac because he didn't want to have a second slam in succession. We are less than 1 minute and 35 seconds to go in the first round. It is 3 rounds, 5 minutes each, 15 minutes of more or less amazing display of strength.
Oh boy.
Precision, striking.
You see what Yahuza is going for.
You can clearly see that.
I think that's some sort of knee bar. And if he doesn't get the sub, it's going to help him transition, or at least just keep Odogwu Isaac where he wants him to be, which is right here.
Well, this is, wow. Odogwu Isaac has really been on the back foot so far in this fight, if you're being very honest, Edache.
No striking, straight to the grappling. And who initiated it? Yahuza, as he tries to seclude that left leg. But then that's just an opportunity for, you can see the pressure. He has he's putting his full pressure on this guy's body, trying to make sure that his back is flat to the mat so as to create more opportunities to pass and go into the full mount. Excellent work.
I can assure you that the entire crowd right here in the Monarch Center here in Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria are fully invested in what we've seen so far. Less than 35 seconds to go. Isaac and Yahuza, how would you rate this first round? We saw in the last fight where we thought the first round was over and then boom, Colonel Thompson wins with the submission. Can that happen right here?
Well, I don't know. I see Yahuza in a position for a head and arm triangle, but Odogwu Isaac has his back too close to the fence. So Yahuza he's going to need a little bit more space. And he's just run out of space and time.
Less than 10 seconds to go, or I should say 3 seconds to go, as we are definitely coming to the end of first round action between Odogwu Isaac and Yahuza. Edache, your thoughts on that first round?
So I think it was obvious to everybody watching who came out on top there. None other than Yahuza. Why? Because he was willing to initiate the opening takedown, trusting in his abilities, controlling his opponent on the ground, not taking on any unnecessary risks. And you saw how it played out. But the beauty of this, we still have 2 more rounds. Look at the Hiraya Goshi throw, as pointed out by Hugo. Excellent work. Without gi, if I may point out. And here we go. This was also the slam that turned things around.
Oh, he took him up there. That was Air Yahuza. And he gave him a free air ticket. I don't know if it was a first class ticket because, wow, look at that, boom, boy.
Amazing way to frame that, Hugo. He gave him a first class ticket to Slam City, courtesy of Air Yahuza. But we can see from the stats from the first round that Yahuza had a more dominant display. The ring ladies, by the way, I should say, looking really resplendent as they are giving us a cue. It's time for round 2. In the blue corner, Odogwu Isaac taking on Yahuza in the red corner in the middleweight division. How would you rate this second round? What should Odogwu do differently to establish his presence in this fight?
Well, first of all, Odogwu Isaac needs to utilize that southpaw stance and create distance. He needs to establish his jab and use lateral footwork to stay off the edge of the cage. Those should be his priorities right now, because we've seen that if they go to the ground, Yahuza may just have the upper hand.
Yeah, but you see, Yaya shoots from everywhere. Like I was gonna say, what Chet just said. If I was Odogwu Isaac, I'd stay in the center of the octagon. I'll try and make sure I have enough, stay in kicking range, and be ready to sprawl whenever Yahuza shoots, because Yahuza will shoot, and he's very relentless with these shots.
We are seeing Yahuza trying so much to establish a dominant position on the mat, and we can see that he's more focused on keeping things down, maybe because of the reach disadvantage. Who do you think so, Edache?
The reach disadvantage is there. He also has gotten a taste of blood. He knows that he has found a winning strategy. And as a wise man once said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Head and arm triangle.
We can really see the crowd really into this.
And that is really tight. That is really tight.
Okay, obviously, yeah. I was just going to say that the crowd is really into it. I'm having fans screaming at the top of their lungs for both fighters. However, we are seeing that the fight, now to the naked eyes, to the untrained eyes, it seems as if they're just resting on each other. But what is really going on technically in this particular exchange?
Okay, so I can see Yahuza. Yahuza, he actually, that's a very disrespectful submission to try. He just tried to put him in the crab. You know, I think he tried to, you see, and he's going for it again. He's hooking Odogwu's legs, and instead of just keeping him out flat, he tries to post up, and that is going to put immense pressure on the knees of Odogwu Isaac.
This is the second round of the 8th fight, the fight before the main event. However, nonetheless, this is showcasing to be a fight that is highly technical between two fighters trying to cancel each other out on the map, Edache.
Those TMA boys, Taurus Martial Arts boys from Abuja, they don't play. They have a high activity rate. They spar every Saturday, every other day, and that's what you're seeing. This guy is so well conditioned for 3 rounds that he can keep doing this over and over again. Something else that I wanted to point out, he's willing to threaten with a submission in order to get a more dominant position. And as we always say, it's position before submission. But if you switch that order up, you can be creative and come up with some amazing passes.
We can clearly see that from the profile of both fighters, it showcases that Odogun Isaac might relatively be also proficient in wrestling, and so far so good. He has held his own against Yahuza, who seems to be showing more strength.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised and impressed by Odogun Isaac's jiu-jitsu skills, because, I mean, Yahya has tried for 1 or 2 submissions, and the boy has managed to stay in the kitchen. But now he's ready down these hammer fists, and he should be careful, because you don't want to lose this position now. You don't want to lose this position and get swept.
Is that advisable? Obviously, the crowd was excited for a moment with that flurry of punches. But is that what you advise if you are in the corner of Yahuza? Do you tell him, go for broke, let's see if you can finish the fight?
Jiu-jitsu on its own is threatening, but jiu-jitsu with hits, that changes the game entirely, because you can't defend strikes from your back the traditional way that you would if you were standing. So Yahuza changing the tempo of the fight there, even if it's just for 1 or 2 seconds, gives his opponent something deeper to think about and create some opportunities for him to move forward in this position.
Like we mentioned earlier on, less than a minute to go in the second round of this middleweight contest between Odogun Isaac from the blue corner taking on Yahya Yahuza in the red corner. And what has been the tale of this fight, it has been largely on the mat, and only one fighter has been in the position of dominance in Yahuza.
Well, I think after that first push kick, or the teep that Odogun Isaac sent to his jaw in the first 10 seconds of the first round, I think Yahuza had seen enough, and Yahuza is like, you know what, I'm taking this guy to my world, we're going to stay in deep water, and I'm going to drown you. And so far, so good for Yahuza. Very dominant performance. And here we go again with the ground and pound.
We can see that perhaps Isaac Odogun in the last 10 seconds of this second round might be a bit bloody, because we just saw a smear of blood on the chest of Yahuza, and the second round is all over. Again, Yahuza seeming to have the upper hand in terms of the exchanges in that chain.
He's a strong, imposing young man. If that guy is on top of you, it feels like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders, and that's what he knows. He knows that if he takes you to the ground, there's stuff he can do to you that very few people have answers for, as Hugo can attest to personally.
A lovely textbook arm toss there from Yahuza, and again both fighters attempting the kick at the same time, but this has been more or less the story of the fight so far, especially the second round, where you have Yahuza being in a dominant position on the mat.
I mean, it's a game of timing. It's a game of timing. And right now, Yahuza seems to have the better timing on when he shoots for his takedowns. Now, Odogun Isaac, on the other hand, he has counters to this. You know, he can threaten the uppercuts, he can threaten some knees, let Yahuza know, hey, I know you're going to shoot and I'm ready for it, you know. But as it stands, it's a bit too easy for Yahuza to take the fight to where he feels most comfortable, which is on the mat.
The tail of the second round showcases a dominant performance for the man from Lagos State, Yahya Yahuza. And we are moments away from the start of the third and final round. We are seeing a bit of a swelling now in the right eye of Odogun Isaac, a bit of a cut as well. Now, again, can Odogun Isaac, what can he do to turn this fight around?
He needs to keep this fight standing, utilize that his natural southpaw stance to create lateral movement and distance, and establish the jab, establish the strikes. You can't let this guy impose his will on you. This is the third and final round. You have to keep it where you are strong.
Obviously, a third and final round between Isaac Odogun, who is fighting from the blue corner, from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, taking on Yahuza Yahya in the red corner from Lagos, Nigeria. We can say that the first and second round more or less were in favor of Yahuza, and again the takedown.
Oh, perfect timing.
The takedown.
Again, perfect timing. I was just going to say, if I was Yahuza, I mean, I'd go straight for the takedown, or, I mean, his right eye is compromised. I'm talking about Odogu Isaac. So he's not going to be seeing most things that will be coming from the left side of Yahuza. So if I was Yahuza, I'd let my left hook go, my left cross go, my left high kick. But yeah, this works as well, and this is perfect. If something ain't broke, don't fix it.
Now, obviously, we just heard Hugo mention about an exchange or a combination of a flurry of attacks in terms of, which are more or less classic boxing moves, left hook, the jab. But we've noticed that Odogu Isaac's strength, which is more or less striking, but from a distance, has been nullified by Yahuza because he has cut that distance so quickly. Isaac can't even react. Next thing you know, boom, they're back on the mat.
And part of the reason why is because Odogu Isaac throws such big attacks. You need to make your movement small. Use the jab, use your leg kick. Don't just throw with all that intention, because if you miss, somebody like this that is trying to wrestle you and take you down will just capitalize.
An impressive showing of strength by the man from Lagos, Yahuza, and we can see that cut now on the right eye of Odogu Isaac. A bit of swelling as well. Oh my goodness, what would you do in this position? How would you reverse this if you are Isaac Odogu?
Well, you can't just keep him in your guard. That's not going to help. So he needs to be actively fighting to get a sweep to keep Yahuza at least defensively honest. Actively fight for a sweep, go for an armbar, go for a triangle or something. Now he's figure fouring and he's just hugging and holding on for dear life, and this is not working. He's about to get slammed again.
Again, another amazing show of strength by Yahuza. Now this is why he is 4-0. This is why he's unbeaten. This is why he has 2 KOs and 1 submission. He's showcasing his credentials for the whole of Africa here on the African Knockout Championship.
He is showcasing his credentials. Part of the reason why his pressure is so suffocating is because of that post on the right leg. You can use it to generate so much upward and downward force into the torso and sternum of your opponent that they can do so little to reverse it.
Now, obviously, when you look at the frame and physique of Yahuza, you think to yourself, oh man, this guy has muscles. He will gas easily. But we are seeing a tremendous showing of stamina. So therefore, he is actually in tremendous shape and he's doing well in terms of his training. Less than 2 minutes to go.
Oh, you know where Yahuza trains. Oche had mentioned a bit earlier. He's a TMA boy, if you don't know. And that gym is full of dogs. They train hard. They train almost every day. They spar at least 4 times a week. And Yahuza had a really hard training camp. Sometimes we had to pick him up literally. He'd be lying on the floor. Hey, Yahuza, 30 seconds rest is over. We pick him up. So the boy's condition is good to go. Ideally, the bigger the guns, the quicker the burn, but not with this freak show.
Well, he calls him a freak show. Obviously, you have to admire the physical specimen that is Yahuza in terms of his remarkable conditioning and stamina. On the flip side, Edache, Isaac is also in this fight. We need to talk about him. What strategy can he employ now to get out of this? Because he seems content to just perhaps nullify the upper body movement of Yahuza.
First things first, he needs to not be flat on his back. But that's easier said than done when you have a monster such as Yahuza pressing all that weight into you. These guys aren't lightweights, they're not featherweights, they're big boys. So all that weight that he has been training, that he's been building, there's also a difference between conditioning and strength. Yahuza is conditioned for this. He can probably do 5-minute rounds of this. But unfortunately for his opponent, it's just 3-minute rounds, so he has even more gas in the tank to work with as we go with 30 seconds left in this third and final round.
Less than 30 seconds to go in this fight as Yahuza seems to be in the position of dominance. He seems to have had this wrapped up, except something drastic happens in the last 15 seconds of this fight. We can all agree that it has been a very good performance, a very dominant performance, a very mature performance from Yahuza on Odogu Isaac. Of course, the fans, the crowd as well, very engaged in this one, and it's all over. It's all over as the final round, final bell for this is over, and the celebrations kind of went almost overboard there. However, more or less, the man who seems to have got this one in the bag, Yahuza, has done it in terms of his performance against Isaac Odogu. Your thoughts on this?
Oh boy, I mean, it's the second time at the AKO, his second show. His first fight was very dominant. and he has just taken all that momentum from that first fight to this fight and put on another dominant display. Not the opponent he was expecting, not the opponent he planned for or prepared for, but that's how well they prepare at TMA, and that's how well Yahuza was prepared for this fight.
And that's it. To the untrained eyes, to the casual fans, they will think to themselves, oh, what a boring fight. But we know that it was nothing but boring in terms of the tactical display of a game plan that was well executed.
As you can see, the takedowns is what he's even practicing with his younger brother to celebrate. This guy is a martial artist. I don't think anybody that looks at that fight and said it was boring just doesn't know what they were watching. Excellent work, excellent timing, excellent execution, and here we go. He probably has cinched himself yet another win in the African knockouts.
Most likely he has, except like I said, something drastic happens from the judges, which I don't think will happen. But like we've also established, Yahuza played to his strength. His physical dominance over Odogwu Isaac, his ability to cut the distance and take, for those takedowns and tackles, and look at this remarkable display of strength from the man from Lagos State.
Woo! I mean, big up Odogwu Isaac. To be honest, he does have some grappling pedigree, I could tell, from the attempts he did make. But talking like as someone that has actually felt what Yahuza feels like on the ground, the boy is relentless. He's relentless. He's freakishly strong. And he's not just strong, he has really good technique. He knows what he's doing. He's a black belt judoka. He's a high-level wrestler. Nigeria's grappling champion. So he knows what he's doing, and it's good to see him in the African Knockout Championship.
Even though most of the strikes happened on the mat, you can clearly see a dominance from Yahuza with the punches, the elbows, the kicks, the takedowns. Come on. That just showed one fighter deserving a unanimous decision. I'm not a judge, but that looks like what's going to happen.
Well, you can't knock him, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. He found his path to victory. He utilized it excellently, and his opponent had no response for what he was bringing out of his toolbox.
Yes, obviously, we are more or less waiting for the official announcement now from our ringside announcer. We'll let you have the official announcement of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we have our winner by unanimous decision. Smile Strong Yahuza.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with your winner of this middleweight bout, none other than Yahuza, aka Smile Strong. Yahaya, what was the preparation for this bout like?
I really trained so hard, and in the middle of the training, I was having injury up and down. I didn't even know I was able to go to compete, but I thank God that at least I overcome that, and I came here. And unfortunately, I trained for Marseille, but the guy ran away. So I wasn't even expecting this guy to wrestle me like this, but it was a good fight and a good challenge. Even though I didn't have time to study him, but I was like, okay, let me just put him to the ground and then try to cause some damage. And there was someone over there that asked me that I should bleed him a bit. At least I gave him that blood.
As we grow into the playoffs now, I'm curious, what is next for Smile Strong?
It's for me to go back, watch my game, see where I have to adjust in some areas, and then work on that, especially my jiu-jitsu, and also have the courage to strike a bit. At least I have it, but I haven't built that confidence of using the striking yet. But I think I'm going to come up with that.
Such a humble guy. So now, I'm curious to know, who do you want to thank, who do you want to give shout-outs to for such a dominant performance?
I have a very lovely family, lovely friends, lovely brothers, even you. And also I thank Hugo, the commentator. He also tried to teach me some things when we are training, trying to make me correct some mistakes. And I have a guy over there called Samuel, as you can see. He's the one waving at me. I haven't known him for long, but he has always motivating me, telling me I should put in work, that my dream will come true. And for him to come all the way from Abuja just because of my fight, I really appreciate him. And I appreciate everyone who is there that is shouting out for me. Thank you, guys. And I also appreciate the TMA guys. I love you guys. Shakes, nice one. You're doing a lot of work, but you don't know. I got you guys. Thank you, love. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, middleweight winner of your co-main event, Yahya Smile Strong Yahuza.
Now, what a fantastic victory there for Yahya Yahuza. And what is amazing is he gave you a special shout out to Hugo.
Victor, I'll be telling you I'm dangerous. But I'll tell you how dangerous I am after the commercial break.
Yes, yes, indeed, after the commercial break.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
Wow, what an amazing evening we've had so far here in the African Knockout Championship, the final eliminator, or better still, the semi-finals. We've had 8 incredible incredible bouts, and so far so good. like we said earlier on, the fight card we had for you tonight, every fight is main event caliber. Victor Godfrey very much in the company of Edache, they call him Young Jollof. Not forgetting Hugo, known as the Funk Master. But before we go into any further details, I think Edache has a special announcement for us. Something special, right?
We have the main event in a couple minutes. If you've not been paying attention, which I wonder what you've been doing, we are asking you to go on YouTube right now, youtube.com/the AKO show. You can go there, watch it live, watch it direct, and while you're there, please give us your likes. Each like translates to maybe 10 other users or viewers such as yourself. Also subscribe and comment if you've been enjoying the action.
Obviously, every comment is, of course, welcome, but please be a bit respectful in terms of how you're expressing your passion as an MMA enthusiast and, of course, as a fan of the African Knockout Championship. Also, we do have to give a special thanks to people who have made this possible as well.
I mean, fight fans, have you not had fun? Are you not entertained? We have to give a special shout out to all our sponsors for bringing out such a beautiful show. A big shout out to our gold sponsor for the 2024 season, Money Point, another one of our sponsors, Ace Global Dispository, and of course, we cannot forget the guys that make our fighters look so beautiful and make sure they stay so safe in Green Hill for giving us beautiful gear and beautiful apparel.
Now it's time for us to take our attention to the fight we've all been waiting for, the main event of the evening. The tale of the tape would tell a clearer and better story of this one. It is in the featherweight division. Jakil Ayana, known as the Smiling Assassin, representing Nigeria from Port Harcourt, taking on Ananias Mulumba from Lubumbashi in the DR Congo. His nickname is just simple, one word: metal. You don't want to mess with that. We've heard of liquid metal before, but this is not liquid. This is just metal. Edache, the main event of the evening, two fighters that you know have entertainment guaranteed in their DNA. How excited are you for this one?
When I found out that the African Knockout made this event as the main event for AKO 6, I was impressed. Blown away would be a better way to put it, because I've been a fan of both these guys since I saw them compete for the first time. Ananias Mulumba, a name that needs no introduction, from the DR Congo, trained under Yadad Musir, going up against none other than the Smiling Assassin, Jakil Ayana, coming out of PH from Champions Gym. Same gym that produced the Richard the Shield Muzan, same gym that produced Cornell, the Marine boxer Thompson. And any moment now, we're going straight into the cage for Emmanuel to introduce our fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the ring representing Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Jakil, the Smiling Assassin, Ayana. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Democratic Republic of Congo, Ananias Metal Mulumba. Lagos, Africa, Nigeria. This is the main event of the evening. Moving forward, this is a 5-minute 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Featherweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional striker with an MMA record of 8 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Jacquiel, the Smiling Assassin. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of Democratic Republic of Congo, is a professional karate jiu-jitsu fighter with an MMA record of 7 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Lubumbashi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ananias the Metal Mulumba. Our referee at the center of the ring is Daniel Achar.
Okay, gentlemen, this is the main event. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. Keep it fair. Keep it nice. Shake hand if you like. Go back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the main event of the evening. The main event of the African Knockout Championship 6, where we have 2 of the best in their own right in the featherweight division. And here we go. In the blue corner is Jacquiel Ayana from Lagos, from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, taking on the man from DRC, Lumumba, talking about Ananias Mulumba as well. This is going to be fireworks and already a fiery exchange. Hugo.
Oh boy, you know, we've seen a lot of Ananias Mulumba's finishes be from rear naked chokes and from a dominant performance on the ground. But I think he has something to prove, because everybody be talking about how slick Jacquiel Ayana is with the striking, and Mulumba has just come out here to show people like, hey bro, I have everything and I'm gonna make this the hardest test ever for Jacquiel Ayana.
A very fast start for Mulumba, as he seems to be bullying and showcasing his strength advantage over Ananias Jakil Ayana.
One of the things that he's exceptionally proficient at is applying pressure, and pressure makes the cage seem small. And that's something that Ayana struggled with versus Kasmir Diatta. Kasmir Diatta made that cage small, and all it took was one right hand for it to turn around. However, Jakil Ayana, a tricky technician inside of there. If there's somebody that can adapt to this circumstance, it's definitely that young man in the main event.
Well, what we can see so far, some right hands are landing in favor of Mulumba, and from the early exchange, it does seem that Ayana is on the back foot.
Can Mulumba maintain this pressure? That is the question. But I'm telling you, man, his combos have been disgusting. Right, left, teep, kick to the body, and now into the clinch and straight to the ground. This is a big test for Ayana. Definitely a litmus test, and if he can pass, we need to find out if it's real championship material.
A successful takedown for Mulumba, and Ayana seems to have not recovered. He's complaining about a headbutt, but a couple of elbows make their way through and connect with him flush.
This is what we know to expect from Ananias Mulumba. Pressure, technical pressure, and he's just relentless with it. As we see Ayana keeping him within his guard, but not being able to defend these elbows as they rain down under gravity.
We are seeing the very pure dominance of Mulumba's strength on display, and the elbows are coming in now. There is a quiet hush on the crowd because obviously everybody's pro Ayana, but can he turn this around? Can Ayana turn this around? Because Mulumba, to be honest, has had an impressive start to this bout.
To be honest, if Ayana had, there's an armbar right there. Where Mulumba's hands are, if Ayana was a little bit more proficient with the grappling, he should get the sweep, or go for that armbar. Because he has decent control of Mulumba's hands. I just feel like Mulumba is giving him the hands on purpose so he could land the elbows.
Obviously, it's survival mode for the Nigerian Ayana right now. Less than 2 minutes to go in the first round. Mulumba would be impressed as I would say at the way he has started this. Oh my God, this round. But 2 elbows land flush, and Ayana is still definitely in trouble.
This is not a good position to be in the first round when both men are still dry. Your bodies, you don't have that sweat to rely on to help you slide out of these uncomfortable positions. They have all the traction in the world. Ananias Mulumba content with staying in his guard and just raining down ground and pound.
Well, we are clearly seeing the signs of the effects of the blows that have been raining consistently down on Ayana. The smiling assassin is definitely not smiling at this point in time. How can he turn this around, Hugo?
Boy, this is a vicious, relentless assault from Ananias Mulumba. I'm surprised Ayana is not caught yet. But he doesn't want to be here because eventually he just might get caught.
Oh my God, it's coming in now as we have less than a minute to go in the first round. The referee is watching closely as Mulumba is still raining down those strikes. Now Ayana needs to be careful or else the referee may just call this off.
So something that really led to this situation is the size and strength discrepancy. Ananias Mulumba may look short, but look at how dense his body is. So it makes it easier for him to control his opponent, even though they are both weighed in the lightweight division. Another thing is that Ayana isn't doing much with his feet. He's content with keeping Ananias Mulumba within his guard. And Ananias Mulumba is content with staying there because the ground and pound is still effective from that position.
Less than 15 seconds to go in the first round. One would have imagined that perhaps Ayana would have used his reach advantage to perhaps keep a distance, but from what we can see so far, it's going to be a flourish to the end for Mulumba. Can he survive? Is it over? Oh, it's over. The first round is over, and boy, what a round for Mulumba.
That was such a dominant performance, and that's exactly what we were worried about, Once Mulumba established the fact that he could keep up with Ayana's striking ability and impose himself, he just said, let's see what you can do about my ground game. And that was just a very dominant position. It'll be a dominant round, like we can see from the stats.
A dominant display from Mulumba, like you mentioned. He might not have the same height as an Ayana, but man, his build showcases that he has that advantage, and he has has a better, strike selection, if you will, than Ayana.
Another thing is power. Power is the ultimate equalizer. You see those right hands? Those right hands got the attention of the smiling assassin. The power that this man packs. You're not used to seeing people that can strike and grapple and still hit you with intent to knock you out. But that's the thing that Ananias Mulumba brings. He's the full package. However, Ayana is somebody who I've seen make miracles happen inside of there. Technical displays, range management, effective distance control. Those are the things I expect to see from him as we go into the second round.
Obviously, adjustments need to be made if you are in the camp of the smiling assassin, Jacquiel Ayana. On the other hand, Ananias Mulumba, you would think to yourself, more of the same as we are getting ready for the second round.
Well, Ananias Mulumba literally right now is the mountain that Jacquiel Ayana is going to have to climb. If he wants to get to the next part of his career, he's going to have to beat this guy. This guy's at the top of the mountain. He needs to top him off. He needs to push him off.
Would it be very important for Ayana to keep this on the feet? Like, let us be in an upright position rather than, going down to the mat. Because like you mentioned, the size is there. The strength disadvantage of Ayana is also very obvious from what we saw in the first round.
I think you are absolutely correct in that assessment. However, his ability to do that is dependent on his footwork. Lateral movement, he needs to stay off the edge of the cage. Lateral movement is key for him to maintain. That left hand connected. The right hand connects as well. Another left hand as Ananias Mulumba closes the distance.
Ayana in trouble. We can clearly see that even when they're going for the exchange, the strength of Mulumba seems to be more telling because Ayana has given him his best shot. It doesn't seem to phase the man from DR Congo.
Well, it seemed it was a hard weight cut, a hard weight cut for Mulumba, but that was so many hours ago, and he made weight. So I can tell he's a naturally bigger guy. Ayana, this is his walk-around weight. So I guess he's starting to feel like the strength and the power of Mulumba, and it's...
So right now, what Ananias needs to do is reach out for that right leg. Okay, they've switched positions. But when he brought his base down, he should have reached for that right leg and brought him down to the floor. But then this is also a dominant position to be in. Pressing Ayana against the fence, landing these strikes so that the referee doesn't get in the way and applying relevant pressure.
Now, if I'm being very honest, guys, I can clearly see Mulumba obviously bullying Ayana right now, showcasing that he's a stronger man. And the look on the face of Ayana doesn't really tell a very positive story. It seems like a fighter that maybe, just maybe, is ready to quit.
Mulumba seems to be getting everywhere first, in the striking, in the grappling. And he seems to know where Ayana wants to go, is going. You get what I'm saying? He's just there first. Every time, he's just there first. It's such a dominant performance. I knew the kid was good. I didn't know he was this good.
This is a bad position to be in. Full mount position for Ananias Mulumba. The referee in the way. Jacquiel Ayana not necessarily defending himself in the most efficient way possible right now. His legs are far away from him, and it's just his upper body. As we see Ananias try to secure either an arm for an arm bar or just content with reigning this ground and pound.
We're clearly seeing that Ayana doesn't really, like you mentioned, doesn't look in the best of shape right now. And we are seeing a complete dominant performance from Mulumba. We can see the face of Ayana. The referee really giving Ayana a lot of time to recover. And we can see moans from the crowd. Some are saying the fight should end. Some are saying perhaps he can come back. But we can see that Ayana doesn't look like a fighter that can recover from this. And it's all over. It is all over. It was only a matter of time. A hush on the crowd as the crowd favorite has lost. And the man from the DRC again showing why he's a fighter to look out for. Ananias Mulumba with the second round stoppage victory over Jacquiel Ayana.
I don't want to believe what I'm looking at is a hematoma on Jacquiel Ayana's head. Yep, it is. It's a massive one. And that was from all those elbows. The boy has tough skin. He must be a hard as steel. I'm surprised he's not cut because Ananias kept on coming at him. I can't imagine how many. We need to see the stats, but that was definitely a lot of elbows to the head, and all of them were on the ground.
Obviously so, as Ananias Mulumba has become victorious in the main event of the African Knockout Championship 6, the final eliminator. Obviously, Jacquiel Ayana will have to recover from this. He looks really bruised and battered. However, credit should go to the man from DRC who showed a very dominant performance from the very first bell.
Oh boy, there's levels to this. There's levels to this. And Ananias Mulumba just came out here to let us know, hey, I am the highest level. Right now, right here. I am the man to beat. I'm untouchable. And boy, that was such a dominant performance.
A very dominant performance indeed from the man from DRC. He's known as Metal. And quite frankly, you can clearly see that the face of Jackie Ayana showcases that in all its full, effect in terms of how dominant, Mulumba was. Look at those punches.
And they say featherweights have no power. They say featherweights have no power. The lighter boys, they come with technicality. They come with a lot of tenacity. They come with a lot of grit. And hey, they can take a punch and take a beating. Ayana, big ups to Ayana for lasting as long as he did.
The sheer volume of total strikes by Mulumba is just impressive. 181 strikes in total. 124 punches thrown to Jakil's 20. Over 107 in difference. Of course, 7-1 landing, while only just 7 landing for the Nigerian in Jackie Ayana. So it was only a question of time, or a matter of time, before the referee will step in, and you can clearly see the face of Jackie Ayana. He went through the grinder today.
Boy, it was definitely. It was going to be a tough test for him. Always going to be a tough test for him. And baptism by fire.
A true baptism by fire. Wonderful way to put this one. It's time for us to head over now to ringside for the official announcement for the main event of AKO 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 minutes 50 seconds of the second round, we have our winner by technical knockout, Ananias the Metal Mulumba.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your main event, Ananias Metal Mulumba. Ananias, tell us something. What was the preparation for this main event like?
Ananias, dis-nous un peu, comment était la préparation pour ce combat?
Hello, Lagos. Lagos, I love you so much. C'était une très belle préparation par rapport à mon adversaire. Donc j'ai dû préparer ça en bonne et due forme. Donc j'étais là tous les jours avec le coach Cédric Mola et il m'a beaucoup vraiment aidé. Voilà.
So, hello Lagos, I love you very much. The preparation was a tough one. We took it very seriously. I trained every day. I was there, helped by my coach, also Cedric Mola, which is an assistant coach in our gym. And I did prepare very well, and that's what I was expecting.
So straight from the DR Congo to Nigeria, you have made a statement tonight in this lightweight division. What is next for the Metal?
Merci. Qu'est-ce qui est après pour toi? C'est quoi la suite? La suite, vous la verrez comme je vous l'ai dit tantôt. La suite, vous la verrez très bientôt. Mais pour l'instant, pour le moment, restez concentrés sur ce qui va se passer ici à Ako avec la finale. Donc le reste, soyez vraiment attentifs, soyez calmes et vous verrez de vous-même ce qui va se passer.
So, the next step, you will see it if you follow me with time. You will see what I will achieve. But for now, I will be focused only on the final because next step for me is the final. So please be focused on the final. Come and watch me and you will see what I will do.
And with your coach here, Yadad Musir, I know you guys work hard all the way back there in the DRC. is there anybody you want to give a shout out to back home?
Avec ton coach Yadad Moser, on sait que vous travaillez très dur au Congo. Est-ce que tu veux remercier certaines personnes en général?
Exactement, je tiens d'abord à remercier toute ma team d'Elite Training Center avec tous mes coéquipiers. Je remercie aussi le grand coach principal Yadad Moser pour la formation et tout ce qui va avec. Merci au coach Mola, Cédric pour les entraînements des BJJ et tout ce qui va avec. Je tiens aussi à remercier toute ma famille biologique ainsi que tous ceux qui sont tous mes proches. Ainsi, je dédie cette victoire à ma fille qui va fêter ses 4 ans d'année. C'est cette fin d'année, ou c'est fin du mois. Donc, ma fille Taïra, je t'aime beaucoup. Et la victoire, je la dédie aussi à mon ami Aurélien qui va fêter aussi son anniversaire d'ici 2 jours. Mon gars, je tiens à t'offrir le beau cadeau que tu attendais de plus. Merci.
So it's a lot. So I'm gonna say thank you, first of all, to my gym, Elite Training Center back in Congo, all my teammates, my head coach, Yadad Moser, my other coach that is Cedric Mola at Elite Training Center, all the guys that support me there, also my family, my friends, and I want to dedicate this win specifically to my daughter that is turning 4 years old. And I want to dedicate also to Aurélien, one of my friends, this victory.
Beautiful. And the final question goes to you, Coach. This has been an amazing year for your gym. Josiah Musasa made it to the UFC. Julia Chuku became champion in the EFC. Your boy just beat the Smiling Assassin in the main event in AKO. I'm curious to know what is the recipe for success and what comes next?
Oh, that's a tough question. Actually, there's no recipe exactly. Everybody have different ways. But I would say work hard, I believe in God, and give a lot to the fighters, give everything you can to these young fighters so they can succeed. And you have to think about them like kids. And also, it's very important to learn, always be a student of the game. Even if you are a coach, it's more than 30 years, I'm in martial art now, but I'm still a student and I will continue learning and so I can pass because MMA is a sport that is growing every day. So I would say learning, work hard, believe in whatever you believe in God or anything you believe in yourself, and especially be patient because things come with time.
Things come with time. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your main event, Ananias Metal Mulumba.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Service or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
Wow, what an evening of the best display of the mixed martial arts we have here in Africa. Victor Godfrey very much in the company of Edache and Hugo, and we had quite an incredible evening. We saw the best of Africa on display, and it was absolutely remarkable. Before we go into the breakdown of all the blocks, let me get your initial reactions.
To the main event?
To the entire event.
The event was a solid 9 out of 10 for me, just because perfection is just something that is so hard to attain. I was entertained from the beginning to the end. See how I'm sitting? My back isn't even touching the chair. That's how engaged I've been from start to finish. And I'm so humbled and privileged to be here. I can't even say that without just being honest. It's such a privilege to sit by the side of the cage and see these young men and women fight for their dreams. So to be honest, I'm grateful that I got to see them perform at the peak of their abilities.
Now let's take a quick look now at the card, the fight card we had this evening. This was the very first one, the first block. We saw Sankara from Burkina Faso defeat David Emmanuel via submission. Also, we had
the King. Tell Lumon Doose versus Kouassi, such a dominant performance.
Yeah, with a technical knockout as well for the Nigerian over the Ivorian. Then we also had in the third fight of the first block the victory there for the Nigerian as well. Then we had the second fight, Manda Sana defeating Teresa Ajiboye via submission. The South African Chad Hanim defeating Sheriff Drame from Benin Republic by submission. And Youssef defeating Andre Mukisi via unanimous decision, but that was a very tough fight. The man from Angola, of course, going home defeated. Lord. And of course, the final block, which will have our main event, Colonel Thompson defeating the Ghanaian Richard Aseido via submission. Yahuza defeating Odogun Isaac as well via unanimous decision. And of course, our main event saw the man from DRC, Ananias Mulumba, defeat Jakil Ayana, the Nigerian, via TKO or technical knockout in the second round. Hugo, again, your thoughts of the entire evening that we had tonight, known as AKO 6.
Boy, this is why AKO is right at the forefront. You know, they bring you high-octane entertainment, the high-skilled fighters, the best production. And what a show. What a beautiful, wonderful show we've had tonight. I hope you had as much fun as we had. Just want to give a big shout-out to our sponsors once again, Money Point, Green Hill, and Ace Global Depository. I want to thank you for giving us such a wonderful, wonderful event.
Indeed, as well as what you have to say to our viewers concerning social media.
I think if you are not following us on social media, by us I mean the AKO Show on Instagram, on Facebook, and on YouTube, what are you doing? Follow us right now for more high-level mixed martial arts action from the heartbeat of Africa.
Many thanks to Edache and, of course, Hugo, as well as many thanks to you. Now, remember, be good, be safe, keep it going as a fight fan, and we'll see you for AKO 7. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.